Just tell me when you're going to go live. Good morning, everybody. We're on to day 2 of the Bulldog Challenge. All the matches are already underway, but we're just going to announce the stream matches. We've got Mike King against Ben Davies. That should be a cracking match. It'll be a hard one to call. And Liam White against Carl Sutton. We will later on today have a minute silence at 11 o'clock. First of all, for the bad news over Manchester, show the support from the pool community. And also a good friend of the pool world has died. It was announced there on Sky Sports, David Bowman, and I think for what he's done and helped us, because he could have gone to lots of other events, speedway, anything, he always picked the pool, so I think we should mark David as well. He's a lovely guy. So we'll get on with the action, and we'll see you throughout the rest of the day. Thanks very much.
Okay, everyone, welcome to the first stream match of the day with Liam White against Carl Sutton. This is, for me, definitely the tie of the round. And the commentary box with me today is Neil, but you might just have to excuse him in between his sausage sandwiches. So,
just the one.
Morning, Neil.
Morning, all. Yeah, I think this is going to be a really good match. Liam had a good win yesterday against Gavin Lomax, and arguably, you know, as we spoke yesterday on the commentary calls, one of the favourites for the event. So, you know, it's looking like it's going to be a really good match.
I think one of the big things to note with both of these players, I think they both have good breaks. Especially Liam. You know, Liam's a local lad to here, and I've practiced quite a lot with him over the years. And for somebody that's, you know, absolutely tiny, really, he's got a huge break. I mean, I know you know a bit of him as well, Neil. And for anybody sort of out there looking to learn to improve the break, then I would suggest watching Liam White, because for somebody that's small, he does just prove that it is all about timing and technique.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I believe in his match yesterday, he had 7 or 8 balls in his match yesterday. So, you know, that just echoes that, you know, he's breaking well. He's going to be tough to beat whoever he plays.
Yeah, and obviously we'll sort of touch on that a little bit more during his breaks. But what he actually does is he sort of lunges into the break, getting his shoulder out of the way, and drives forward with his body out of the way, which allows his arm basically to follow all the way through to almost a blue spot with the cue. So he has got a great technique on the break, but we'll look at that next frame when it's his break. So the other matches that we've got on today is on the other stream table. We've got Ben Davies against Mike King, Simon Fitzsimmons against Ron Sharp, En Ren against D. Cooney, Josh Kane against Stefan Rasidi, Off Van Dad against Darren McVicker. Christian Phillips against Jason Bates. Neil Davey, Jez Graham. Dan Davies, Dee Lapham, Jamie Graham, Matt Brealey, Ben Mackey, Al Gollop, Stephen Dempsey, Shane Thompson. That's another good match. And Partab Singh against Jay Chapman. For any of you that have had bets or want bets, you can contact Jed at the winning post. And if you want to keep track of how your matches or accumulators are getting on, you can go to beardproductions.uk. There's all live scores on the page there.
So it looks like Carl's getting off to the start he wanted, really. I think he can just stun this in and pop the black in the middle and take a 1-0 lead. I don't think this is going to be a slow match at all. I think he'll be played at a fairly quick pace.
Yeah, one of the things that we spoke about yesterday when a lot of questions were coming in about the rules, Neil, was you mentioned that you think Carl's one of the pre-tournament favourites, not only because obviously he's such a good player, but because he only plays world rules. And both of these only play world rules, so tactically wise you would expect both of them to be sound, as well as sort of, you know, the attacking side.
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry. So, if you noticed there, but I was just messing around with the headset, so I didn't sort of focus too much on Liam's break there. But as I was bigging it up on how big his break is and how good he is, even though he hit him good there, he didn't make one, and that's what we were touched on yesterday. All you can do is hit him as good as you can and time the break as well as possible, and give yourself the best chance of making a ball, because as you can see there, you know, it's not always guaranteed. Even if you've got one of the best breaks in the game, it's not always guaranteed to make a ball.
Yeah, and like we were saying yesterday, obviously, as the match goes on, he's going to get more in a rhythm in terms of breaking. So you'll probably see, as he hits his third and fourth break, he will be crunching them even more than what he is at the start.
Yeah, and then in the contrast to that, what happens towards the end of the match, if it goes close, is if you grip the cue a little bit too tight at the back, or your timing sort of disappears a little bit, then the break can disappear just as the same as you tend to get the feel from it when you're feeling good. So there is a huge technique to the break. He's missed that ball there, but to be honest, from where the cue balls finish, I don't think he'll be too disappointed that stayed there, Neil.
No, definitely. I mean, Liam's come to the table now for his first visit. You know, he's faced with a tricky finish, really, because I don't think the red near the middle actually drops into the middle. I'm not sure if you can play the red off the red first shot, but obviously he's hampered queuing. Yeah, that's what he played. It's a good shot. Been slightly unfortunate where he's landed, but it's giving him an opportunity now for the out.
If he pots this one in the corner, bridging over the black, you got to fancy him to get the finish.
Yeah. Yeah, it was awkward queuing there, to be honest. I know he's missed the ball, but he's played a really good attacking shot, first shot, and he has been a bit unfortunate where he's landed.
Yeah, it's just he's missed the red on what we call. I know you don't try and miss it on any side of the pocket, but if you're going to miss it, you need to miss that the other side, so you don't leave the gap for the yellow, because he's missed it to the right side rail. Obviously, he's left the gap down the rail.
Yeah. I mean, Carl's coming to the table now. I assume he's going to pop the yellow past the red, and then clear the yellows at the bottom of the table, and then probably look to possibly pop the yellow next to the red in the middle, last ball.
Yeah, so the yellow that's tied up around the middle of the table, that's going to be his last ball into the right centre, and the ball across the back cushion here will be his penultimate ball to get on that. He's played the cover there, Neil. Has that surprised you?
A little bit, but I think he, ultimately doesn't want to take. He wants to keep Liam under pressure. He doesn't want to give him an easy chance. But and obviously, he probably didn't fancy the finish at this early stage of the match. And he's definitely a good shot in terms of controlling the frame.
I'm not sure about that shot. He's basically just said to him, have a go.
Yeah.
And he's basically... I think what Liam's thinking is the black's not easy, is it?
No.
The black doesn't go into the corner.
And that's what I mean. Even if he gets on the yellow by the red, he's going to have to play a good shot to get on the black again, isn't he?
Yeah, well, I don't think he's going to be clearing now. So again, it was what we were talking about yesterday, how you do play your opponent and you do play the circumstances and you do play how you're feeling, because Liam worked out there that he didn't fancy him to get the finish.
Yeah.
I'm sitting behind this, and this red definitely does go into the middle. So this is another chance for Liam. Well, it was a little bit pointless, that shot, because he's developed one that was already there's that one that was on the cushion, but he's pushed the one he's played into the same place.
Yeah, possibly even safer than one.
Even safer. It was wasn't really any value in that for me. I think he's going to definitely develop it now. Maybe glance off it and try and hide the cue ball behind the other red. Oh, that's a good shot.
It's a good shot, yeah.
Because I think the only ball he's left him that he can hit is the one that frees Liam's awkward red.
Yeah, obviously that's better than actually a total snooker, because he's actually freeing the ball. He'll just glance off it and try and get a good white now.
I think he has got a good cue ball.
He has, yeah. Such fine margins though, because he comes a little bit further over towards the yellow, and
he's lost the frame.
And Liam's got an easy clearance.
So Neil, you're going to be a daddy soon.
Yes.
I presume everybody, people will be aware, but you and Sam are expecting your first child in about 8 weeks, I think it is.
First one. It's going to be a boy. Same date as the 8-ball Masters, the due date, 21st of July. Yeah. So
can we still expect you in the commentary box?
It depends how much sleep I get, mate. To be honest.
It gets you out of changing those shitty nappies either way.
Yeah, it'll be a full-time one then. Liam's played a good shot there. Yeah, I think with the situation Lee was in there, he's played a really good shot there to keep Carl away from going from the finish. All I can see from Carl's point of view now is that he'll just come off the cushion, hit the yellow, and possibly get a good white in the jaws of in the pocket. I think he will do really well to keep Liam off a chance to go for the finish here. Unless he plays that shot.
Yeah, he did put his hand up and apologise, so he definitely didn't play to clip that in there because it only just went.
Yeah, I think he's actually played the shot. I said he needs to leave the white in the jaws.
And this will be a tough one to take because obviously if he doesn't get that, again he leaves tap-ins on the reds.
Yeah.
For me, at the minute, Carl's touch just looks a little bit, well, doesn't look there. You know, that's like, you know, he's overscrewed that by, you know, almost a foot.
Yeah, I think he's just getting a feel for the table. And obviously he is losing the white a little bit, but I think a few frames and he should be fine. It's a good pot there.
It's a nasty one to take that from Liam because he played a lot of good shots to stay in control of that frame, and obviously you can't legislate for somebody flicking a ball like that.
Um, 2-0 to Carl Sutton.
There's going to be a minute silence at 11, I think it's planned for obviously the tragedy that happened in Manchester recently, so we're going to do a minute silence just to pay respect to the victims and everyone involved in that there. Also, it's been on Sky Sports News this morning that David Bobin has recently passed away. He was a Sky Sports presenter, and he used to present some of the English 8-ball. I remember back in the day when I was playing in the World Championships, David sort of presented a lot of the tournaments, and I remember working with him quite a lot in the studio, doing the studio work with him. I think I was in there for a couple of the other World Finals that I did the studio work for, and he was an amazing guy. And I only just heard when I sat down that David Bobin passed away, so. That's bad news, and I know that he did a lot for English 8-ball, and I know that Lee was telling me just that he had the option to do a lot of other stuff during the time when the World Championships used to be on, because I know he was heavily involved in Speedway, and he always chose to come to the pool events because he loved pool and wanted to support it and to see it grow. So that's a sad loss, and we're going to use that minute as well to do that for David, as well as the tragedy in Manchester. So we're going to do that around 11 o'clock.
So Liam's played Cole's had a dry break just, and Liam's played a really good attacking shot, first shot. And you'd fully expect him to tactically upset now and go to 2-1.
Yeah, and we mentioned that he's got a huge break, but he is also really attacking. And this for me is a great match to put on the stream table because, you know, they're both attacking. You know, neither of them are slow, but certainly the way Liam plays, he is ultra attacking.
Yeah.
Although he's not played the best of shots there, I think he's potted the red into the wrong side of the pocket.
Yeah, and that's what he obviously didn't want the white on the side rail. So he's going to be further away from his second but last red now than what he actually wanted. I think from Liam's point of view, these kind of clearances are a must he needs to get in the match really, because obviously he's playing, you know, what arguably one of the favourites for the tournament.
Yeah, and just that little shot that Liam's played there, he needed to either stop it an inch before or run it an inch by, just so he's going to be hampered. His hand's going to be hampered by the yellow on the rail, you see. And I still expect him to pot it, but see, I think that was all because he was hampered by the yellow on the rail.
Yeah.
If he runs that through an extra inch or stops it an inch before, he never, ever, ever misses that.
No, you're right, yeah. But I mean, it's all started from potting the red in the wrong side of the pocket,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah. Eddie, on the live chat, yes, this is Potts commentating, pal. If any of you have any questions for myself or Neil, then please ask away. Clever shot by Carl. Developed the ball that was on the rail and snookered him and left him in a bit of trouble. I think the only shot he's got is up and down with right hand side to try and get to the one over the hole. But
yeah, he's played it good though. I don't think he can actually get to the. Possibly might be able to get much to the white he needs to play that shot with side.
Yeah, it's a total snooker. So I think he's looking at coming around the two rails and dropping onto the red. But either way, he's in a bit of bother this frame. And certainly barring a huge fluke or a huge mistake by Carl, it's going to be 3-0. And even though it's raised to 11, 3-0 is a big lead, because Liam just doesn't look like he's settled yet either.
No, I think he needs to get on the frame on the board, sooner rather than later, really, because the frames keep going by and he doesn't win a frame. It's going to be more difficult for him. He
wouldn't be sort of known on the world stage as such, Liam, but he is a really good player, and he's just never chose to play on the tours. He's always played interleague and county, but he's never chose to play on any of the tours. I think he was in the junior England team. I think he was a captain of the under-21s side for a while, but he has always been a really good player, and a lot of that is down to his huge break, but he has also got a little bit of pedigree. When he goes deep in tournaments, he is a winner. He won the Staffs Open, I think, beating Phil Harrison in the final by, I think it was like 8 frames to 3 or something. So that was a big tournament win for him with all the top players in it. He has won a few other events. He's listed on here because they've got a player profile sheet that they fill in, and Liam is a little bit of a joker, to say the least. So some of his answers on here were a bit tongue-in-cheek. So for his pool achievements, he's got I'll get back to you. So I think he needs to have a bit of a think about that. So he's 28 years old. So he lives in Stoke-on-Trent. His relationship, he's put complicated. No, he hasn't really. I know that his girlfriend's watching, actually. So no, he's only joking. He has put engaged. He's got 3 lovely kids. He's been playing pool for 13 years. And he's put one of the questions is who or what inspired you to start playing Q Sports, and he's put he was bored. Who's your favourite Q Sport professional and why? Gareth Potts, respect as a player and person. So I owe him a beer for that, and I presume he might have been joking as well. And then the last question is, what would you like to achieve in pool? And he's put a world title.
you'd fully expect Carl to take these out now, wouldn't you, Gaz, to go 3-0 up?
Yeah, but he's just grimaced a little bit there because I think he's just finished on the off angle. I think he's worse than straight. He may have to dig this with a lot of reverse side now. Oh no, it was okay. He milked it. He's done a Phil Harrison on us there, Neil. He's winced a few times, and as a player, you know, joking aside from that, as a player, like Liam sitting in his chair. Ooh, that only went off the knuckle. As a player sitting in his chair, Liam would have seen that he played a bad positional shot, and he thought, oh, maybe he's straight or just on the off angle. And then when you always look at the player's expression for confirmation of where they finished. And he's grimaced there a bit, and you know, walked on the table and, you know, pulled his face a little bit, and then gets down and just screws it in when he was perfect. That psychologically, when you're sitting in your chair about to go 3-0 down, doesn't help, does it?
No, it doesn't help. No, because you're grasping that there's some hope there, but you know, half the time he's absolutely perfect. Were we in times now for Liam, 3-0 down?
I think so. And I think not only 3-0 down, but obviously he's 3-0 down against someone of the class of Carl Sutton. That's, you know, that for me is worrying times.
Yeah.
Because if the next two or three frames don't go good, then, and he's 5-1 down or worse, then I don't see a way back. No. Even, you know, for someone that breaks as well as he does, I don't see a way back against somebody like Carl.
No, I agree, because Carl's not going to make careless errors to let him back into the match. I mean, arguably, he should have definitely won 2 out of the 3 frames, shouldn't he, so far, because, you know, Carl's had a fluke. The one frame with Liam having tap-ins, if he doesn't have that fluke. And obviously should have cleared up just as well when he potted the red in the wrong side of the pocket. Yeah,
and that is much harder to take mentally when you know you've had a chance in all of the frames and you possibly could have been, well, minimum of 2-1 ahead and you're 3-0 down.
Yeah.
That's a lot different mentally than if you haven't had a shot for 3 frames and you're 3-0 down.
Definitely. So we're seeing Liam's break now.
You see how good he hits him. He lunges his arm into him. He gets his body out of the way. And just as I'm saying that, he still hasn't made a ball. But irrelevant to whether you've made a ball or not, we're talking about how well he hits the break.
You could see then, you know, if you'd slowed that break down.
I don't know if we can get a replay. Yeah, the next time, Paul from the Beard here has told us the next time we'll get a replay on that, and you can just watch how he hits it and how he drives through the cue ball.
Yeah, in reality, his cue's probably, say, on the blue spots, isn't it? Where, you know, where.
Yeah, so what he's doing is, you know, he's transferring all of the power through the cue ball and making sure that none's lost by basically, you know, by effectively pulling the cue out of the shot. You're losing the power that you've generated.
Yeah.
So Phil said, morning, how many of the IPA lads are playing in this event? I don't know exactly how many, but I can find out. I'll get back to you on that one. There is some.
Yeah, I believe there is quite a few. And just from what I know of, you obviously got the Greg Batten, Stefan Rasidi, Ben Davis,
Jez
Graham, Darren McVicker.
So I'll come back to you on the exact number of that. Maybe I'll just get them to check. And also Stevie D wants to know about the scores and results. If you go to beardproductions.uk, you can follow all of the live scores on there. Basically, each player has an app on their phone, or each table they have an app set up on their phone where they can live update the scores. So as long as the players are accurately doing what they're supposed to, then you'll see the scores as they go on, or you should do.
I think the key shot in this frame is obviously going to be the yellow on the side rail. I think he'll look to possibly pot this yellow by the black. Oh, he's going a different route. Do you think he's possibly looking at the double on the yellow now?
I do, yeah. I think he's going to play the double. It's certainly an easier positional shot from his second slash yellow, isn't it, on the double?
Yeah, definitely.
Rather than to screw across and not only land on the yellow down the rail, but he needs to land on it with a slight angle to get out for the black. So I think just dropping the yellow in and landing on the double is definitely safer.
Yeah. He's not got to do much of the shot, has he? Really, just got to.
No, he's just got to drop it through. Although I think he would have probably preferred the cue ball a little bit further over to the left as we look, and that means that you can get the cue ball closer to the double.
Yeah.
And I think that's the reason why he chose to play down the rail, because he thought the cue ball was maybe going close to the left side cushion, which would make the double a little bit tricky. And the reason he's left the positional shot short is because he was scared of screwing it off into the other middle. No, that's not there.
No. It's a tough shot that was, to be honest.
It was, but at World Rules, given that that stayed and completely covered the pocket, it's not. It doesn't mean that you're completely dead at these rules, does it?
No, definitely
Where
not.
Certainly at the other rules, you're in a bit of trouble because you have the option of obviously playing the snooker and you have to try and get out of it, and then you can pot your opponent's ball with a free shot, or you can obviously have a go at the skill shot.
Yeah. I mean, Liam's played the right shot there.
He has, but I do think Cole's got a shot here. I think that he can, the red that he's closest to, I think he can push it down, because the yellow is just offset a little bit to the left-hand side, as you can see, which allows a bit of room for error, if you like. If he hits the red slightly too hard, he may not pot the yellow. Exactly like that, you see.
Yeah, I know.
He was able to play it into that gap, and he's played a really good shot.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to get that out now, isn't it?
Liam had no option, by the way, to play the shot he played, didn't he? You know, he had to cover that pocket,
Yeah,
and he had to play the snooker. He didn't really have any choice, but as we said before, obviously at World Rules, you do get rewarded for making a mistake.
You do.
And that's a prime example of it there. He didn't mean to miss the yellow down the rail. He did miss it, and he's gained an advantage from it, really.
Just because of the position of the reds, really.
Just because of the position of the reds and the nature of the rules.
Because you know, he's missed the yellow, but he's favourite to win the frame now.
So people are asking who would be, if I had to have a bet, who would be the pick to win the comp. We did. Me and you did a commentary yesterday, Neil, and we discussed about this. I know Ben Davies is the favourite, and he's been heavily backed in, but for me, he has to be the favourite. It doesn't mean he's going to win the tournament, but I personally, if you held a gun to my head and said you have to have a bet, I would choose Ben Davies. Okay, I understand he doesn't play World Rules or doesn't play as much, but he did play for a long time on the tour, before it went to Black Bull Rules, Neil, and he did win some events, and
he's a top player.
He is a really, really good player, and in my opinion, he is really, really talented. So for me, but yesterday we did a sort of few outside picks, and as an outside pick, one of mine was Ben Mackey. I was impressed with him the last time he was here, and I watched a few of his matches. He was quite impressive. I think Neil's pick was Carl Sutton, but although I don't really think that classes as an outside pick, Neil, I think he's
He was one of my favourites.
I think he's. Oh yeah. I think he is without doubt one of the favourites for the tournament. People are mentioning Simon Fitzsimmons. Without doubt, he has to be right up there with one of the favourites too. And I think he played really well in his first match. Apparently, he won 11-1 last night, and he's playing again now against
Ron Sharp.
And I don't know exactly what the price of that match was, but I would expect Simon to be a heavy favourite. Probably around 1 to 3 on, I would say, at least.
Liam's just got to stick in here this frame. In this scenario, when you used to play a lot of world rules, would you? I don't think it is a definitely disadvantage to be on reds, but you know, I don't think it's that much of a disadvantage really.
No. As a top player, I think it's an advantage as long as the red comes out from wherever you choose to place the cue ball. As long as that red physically does come out, then I think it's an advantage. The only thing I will say of watching this type of frame is it's certainly not very friendly on the eye, is it?
No.
It's it bogs the matches down and can bog the whole tournament down, because these two guys are attacking quick players, and when you have a frame like this, you have no choice but to play these shots. It's not they're not choosing for the frame to deliberately go like this. Carl didn't deliberately choose to miss the yellow down the rail, but sometimes the frames go like this, and at World Rules you have no option, and it's inevitable that the frame's always going to go like this. Someone's always going to push a red down and get it close, and then the other guy's going to basically try and flick it out and play a snooker. He's then going to push one in. You sort of end up in just a cycle of you developing your balls and him pushing them back in.
Yeah, it's just a vicious circle, really. It's not a case that they wanted the frame to pan out like this. Do you think there's an option, guys, in this frame for Liam to hit the red full on and the yellow at the jaw, or do you think the yellow's going to double kiss in?
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest, but one thing I will say is that it's a brand new table with brand new cushions, which doesn't help his case, because what that means is that the rails are slidey. If it was on a worn club table that had had a cloth on for 6 months, then I think there's more chance of it banging out. Because the table's brand new and slippy, and the pockets do play bigger, the knuckles do play slippy, I think there's less chance of that happening, but I'm not 100% sure. I know you just stood up to have a look, but the table, one thing I will say is the table does look to be running absolutely dead straight. We've seen a few balls roll down the rails early on in this match, and they've seemed to have gone absolutely dead straight.
No, the table is running really good. I think the problem that Liam's got in his frame, he's actually running out of reds now to actually make a difference in the frame, because Carl's just going to get down and pop the red out of the pocket again.
Yeah, because the last thing he wants is to be left in a scenario where there's no reds left on the table, and if Carl feels the red doesn't come out, then he's just going to leave him on the right-hand side of the table. And if it doesn't, if he can't play full ball into the red and bang the yellow away from the pocket, then he's lost. Yeah. Unless he pushes the black in.
Yeah.
See, again, he's rolled it there, and it seemed to have gone absolutely dead straight.
He's played a good shot there as well, because he's kind of kept him off the two reds in open play as well.
Yeah, but he can easily go the back rail first, can't he, and kick the red. But yeah, unless he kicks it into the corner pocket, he isn't going to be potting it.
No. And that's what I mean. I think he's actually running out of reds now.
Oh, it did bang out. Look.
But why wouldn't he play that earlier? With more reds to land on?
The answer to that is I can only think that he didn't think it came out, and there he thought he was forced into playing it.
Yeah. Because you'd play it sooner, wouldn't you? Because if you got like 6 or 7 reds on the table, you could play that shot and he's got more reds to land on.
Yeah, Phil has put in here basically and I do completely agree. If the colours weren't at the side of their names, you wouldn't have a clue as to basically who's on what colour. And I think what he means is at World Rules, because you can just play so many deliberate fouls and effectively Carl keeps playing Liam's reds, it does become ultra confusing.
It does, yeah.
And for the, a majority of the people that are going to be watching this are going to be pool players, so they will understand what they're seeing. But for the layman that maybe watches this on Sky Sports, that just switches on and all of a sudden sees a frame like that and then sees that one player is just all of a sudden playing his opponent's ball, they're going to be like, well, hold on a minute, I thought he was on reds. Yeah, I thought he was on yellows. Why is he playing the reds now? And I do understand that for TV, that just doesn't possibly work.
No, definitely not. I mean, from a non-pool player point of view, it would be difficult to follow the frame and who's on what colour.
Anything in any sport that goes big on the TV, it's simple to watch and simple to follow. Where once it starts getting complicated with what's happening and when frames are allowed to last as long as this frame, I mean, you could never go live.
No.
Because how could you ever go live on a Sky Sports channel, for example, when a frame could last 30 minutes? So that's a good point there from Phil, and I do completely agree with that.
It's a big shot here for Liam. I think he's going to look to pop the red, swing the white off the top rail, side rail, and then we could get on it.
See,
the risky way to play that.
Phil's come back with a reply saying, to be fair, we do need the odd frame like this, and it's a part of the sport. I do understand that for the purists, and I am a purist of the game, that you do need, and it is good to watch if you understand what you're watching. But from a TV point of view, from a commercial and from a making money point of view and trying to inject money into it, you don't need the odd frame like this, trust me. Because to watch on live TV, you can't that can't happen. Because you can't have a frame that's going to last 30 minutes during a live world final race to 11. I mean, how long is the airtime going to last? You could have to allow 4 hours. So I completely disagree that you can allow that to happen on a TV. Okay, in a club tournament or in other events, I understand that people like to watch it, just like they like to watch the safety at snooker. Sometimes it's not all about break building, and I know someone will probably use that as a comparison. That they like to watch good safety as well as the centuries going in, and I get that, but you can't have But playing safety at snooker, it's not complicated. When you're watching World Rules on the TV, it is very, very complicated.
Yeah, from a non-pool player.
From a non-pool, and that's what you're trying to capture. Because let's be honest, if you're watching it on the TV and it's only pool players that are watching, then there's not going to be many. No. You have to have a wider audience that can relate, and everyone can relate to pool because everybody's played it at some point in the pub. Every pub's got a pool table. Everybody at some point has played pool in their life. And I think if you have a simple set of rules, then for me that's the answer to it.
Carl's brought there, made a ball. I think you're looking at yellows. I think the key ball in this frame is going to be the yellow next to the black, the yellow to the right of that yellow. If that passes the two reds into the corner, you've got to fully expect Carl to have a good chance to clear the table. And I think that's what he was looking at just.
And just looking at Carl's player profile here, he's 29. Obviously, he's from Lowestoft. Relationship, he's got a partner, and a list of pool achievements. He has got a pretty good CV. He's 2016 European champion. He was a 2016 World Championship runner-up. A two-time Champion of Champions winner. Two-time National Amateur runner-up. 2014 Staff's Masters singles winner, which is an annual tournament, obviously, that we have here that has got a good reputation, Neil, of being a big event with a lot of good players in it.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's due to it's on again in August this year, isn't it?
Yeah. And then he's put 2012 Nations Cup singles winner. I'm not 100% sure what that is, and numerous team titles with England. Started playing, he's put properly at 14, and that's pretty late, really, isn't it?
It is, yeah, yeah. I mean, when we started playing, we were probably playing in the England junior team in that age, weren't we?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I remember getting to a European junior final when I was 14. I think me and you were in the England team at 12 years old, weren't we?
Yeah.
I think we were the youngest ever. So to only start playing at 14 is pretty young, but everybody's level progresses quicker and slower than others, and obviously, Carl's has progressed quickly in the sort of 14 years or so he's been playing. That was the right line, just didn't hit it.
Yeah, it was a tough shot, to be honest.
So he's playing there 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 cushions if he touches the side rail to land on. So obviously it's a tough shot, and they're not really the shots you want to be playing, are they? Where you've got the cue ball probably, travelling 10, 12 feet to land in a little area, but...
Yeah, it was a tough shot, and possibly he was stretching as well, so he's not got it as hard as what he would like.
Yeah, but he got the line. It was just... He's now trying to come 2 rails and kick this into the middle. And in all fairness to him, you should never not make contact with the yellow, but when you're playing on a brand new table, the cushions, as we said before, are slidey. Yeah. And as you can see there, that slid a full ball further than he thought it was going to.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these are key frames. When you play any tournament, these are the frames you can't afford to lose from Liam's point of view.
Yeah, because as we spoke about yesterday, what happens here in this situation, if you're Liam, is you've already counted this frame in your mind. You've already chalked this one up as you're 3-2 down now, effectively, haven't you? Because you should never ever lose a frame from here, and that is what you do. Let's be honest. When you're in this situation, yes, you're thinking I've still got to clear up, but you are thinking I've won.
Yeah, yeah. And I think it's important to punish your opponent as well, because like I was saying on stream yesterday, if Carl somehow does win this round now, he forgets a mistake he's actually made.
Yeah. And Carl, one of the questions was, again, who's your favourite Q Sport professional and why? And he's put Phil Harrison. Nothing but respect for this guy, his competitiveness and will to win. So tough to beat, but also the nicest guy there is on the pool circuit. What would you like to achieve in the pool world? To keep winning titles, but overall to win a world title.
Liam's just got to take a bit of care here.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to keep going for the finish, does he?
No.
Given where the balls are, he doesn't have to go, and especially with the 2 shots carry, there's a case for not even going, is there, Neil?
Well, he's got 2 now, hasn't he?
Oh, he's
Yeah.
got 2 shots, of course, he has, yeah.
But he just needs to be careful that, you know, even though he's got 2, just needs to be careful he does come out far enough now and he doesn't get snookered by the yellow.
It's been so long since I've really sort of watched any English 8 ball, especially World Rules. My mind just automatically forgets about the 2-shot carry, which is a massive difference, isn't it? Having the 2 shots carry
Yeah.
to the one. Because there's never really any pressure, is there, here? Because even if he misses, he can either play the snooker or...
Yeah, you're not under the same amount of pressure. You
A
would
foul is huge, isn't it?
A World Rules,
Yeah,
yeah.
the foul where you just want to keep your 2 shots is huge. Liam just asked Carl if he's still got 2. And then Carl said yeah, so I think he's looking at just setting it up maybe. And he hasn't done a very good job of this. Oh dear.
That's one of those scenarios that I think if he didn't have 2, he just got down, potted black
He just
in the
got
middle.
down and dropped it in the middle. I agree. It's there though.
Yeah. But he's arguably have to pot a tougher black than he was faced with 2. But yeah, it's 3-2 from being 3-0 down. You know, he could easily be a big break now. He'd easily be back on level terms.
Yeah, and I think it's exactly what we said about the next 2 frames being vital. If he loses the next 2 and he goes to 5-0, then he's in trouble. He wins the next 2, then it's game on.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we're just a couple of minutes away now from doing the minute silence. I think Lee's just going around all the tables to just to make people aware. So we're just going to run a few adverts. Okay, so obviously that was the minute silence to pay tribute for the disaster that happened in Manchester recently, and also, as Lee, I don't know if you heard there, but Lee mentioned about David Bobin, who's a Sky Sports presenter that presented a lot of the World Championships, the English 8-ball World Championships back in the day, and Lee spoke about there, that he always chose to cover the pool. There was always other options. He used to be heavily involved in Speedway, where he could go to, and he sort of used to tell us that he could always earn more money, doing other sports, and he always chose to come to cover the pool because he loved it and wanted to see it do well. So the sad news that he's passed away this morning. So Dawsey's in on the live chat. Morning, Dawsey. I presume you might be looking on here maybe with one eye after the late night drinking in the cricketers. So what's gone from 3-0 looking a little bit ropey and not settled to what's looking like 10 minutes later, after that painful tactical frame, it's looking like 3-all.
Yeah, great chance. I think he'll obviously look to take the 2 yellows at the bottom of the table and possibly leave the yellow next to the red last. I think, does that go in the corner? It's quite tight, actually.
He's just checking that now, and it looks like it does. Yeah, it does. They've got a good view of that. Look there, it does go, but it's one of those where I think that you want to be on it good. It does go, but you don't want to be potting it from like sort of quarter ball, do you?
No.
Although he's played this well, that's perfect. He's now almost guaranteed to get on this straight.
I was speaking to Liam in the week, and I know he's been putting quite a lot of practice in for this event. He's been putting 3-4 hours a day in.
Yeah, he's. I was talking to him yesterday, and his dad's now built a pool room. So he said that he's been sticking the work in. I've seen a few videos that were posted online of him practicing in there, and he looked quite sharp. I watched one of them. Phil has messaged in, what's your view on the politics that stops? But to be honest, Phil, I've no interest in getting into the politics behind what's happening in the English 8-ball world at the minute. I've got my own stuff going on in China, for one, and two, I don't think it's appropriate to speak about this now. We're here to watch the pool regardless of the rule set. There's a big tournament happening here for 5,000, the winner that's been put together by us, so I don't think that now's the right time to talk about it, and I certainly don't want to. And just to elaborate on that, this is an independent tournament run by our company. That's nothing to do with anybody else, regardless of the rule set. There's going to be 3 major events this year, this being the first. The next one is the 21st to the 23rd of July. That one will be played to black ball rules. That will be £10,000 English to the winner. It's £350 to enter. Double elimination the same. Race to 11 first match. I think there's around 50 spaces already taken for that, and it's limited to 64 entries. So there's only around 15 or less spaces left available. So if that is something you're looking at entering, then please contact Lee on Facebook. So that is another one of the events that we are running here independently from anybody else. There's no organisation, and they are going to be played to the last 2 events of the year. Are going to be played to black ball rules. and they're simply just played to whatever rules we feel are more popular and whatever rules the players want to play. So I don't want to get into a debate about what should and shouldn't be played. And the research has been done by mainly Lee about what rules people want to play, and the consensus was this one's played to world rules and the other two are played to black ball rules, and we're on here to basically watch pool to be played. And I don't personally want to get involved in the politics of all of that, so I'd rather people just come in here and watch the great pool being played and enjoy the tournament.
Liam's played the red up the rail there, thinking, if he goes, he's got a good chance of the clearance there. But obviously, if he stays out of the pocket, then he's in complete control of the frame as well. I actually think he's actually left the gap though. But obviously, Carl's in a bit of trouble.
He's left the gap, but the one across the back rail, which Carl's just come around to have a look at now, so the one that's touching the back cushion, I don't think pots across the back rail.
No.
So it's not the end of the world that he's left that gap. Had it been the case where that bottom one or even the top one pots, then I think he clears. But to clear from here, he's going to have to disturb them somehow. He's not played the best of shots there, this is all about if Liam can get the cue ball out. If he can get the cue ball out, he clears from here. If he can't,
he just covers up.
Well, he just covers up, and to be honest, just looking at that there from that camera angle, can he get through to pot the one across there? I don't think he can.
I don't think he can. I think the shot is to cover the pocket. Yeah. He's in complete control of the frame now. This is the type of frame that it's Liam's frame to lose, really. Then to win.
And playing world rules when you're in this position, unless you do something really stupid, then you should win the frame, shouldn't you? Let's be honest.
Definitely, yeah. It's Liam's frame to lose.
You shouldn't. But again, what happens is when you're playing somebody that is pretty cute with the rules, even when somebody's in such a commanding position, they can play shots like he's just played there that's covered the red, that even though you're in complete control, you still can't win the frame.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You still can't go, even though you're in control, you still can't just go ahead and clear and win the frame.
Yeah.
You've got to wait and still play the right shots, and although I think Liam will probably still win the frame, it could take him 20 minutes.
Yeah, because he has played a shot there to cover the red, but he's obviously freed the other yellow, and I think the yellow does go past the red now. Yeah, as you can see from that camera angle, the yellow does actually go past the red. I think Carl will possibly look to maybe even cover this red up over the pocket with the yellow now as well.
Well, if he does that, I'm off to get breakfast. And I'll leave you to it, Neil, seeing as you've had 2 sausage sandwiches already.
Slowly but surely, Carl's getting a bit better grasp of the frame for me now. Looks like he's covering this red up even more now. He probably thought that Liam could get past. I don't think he's played a poor shot there for me because he just tied his yellow up. Do you think Liam's looking at the deliberate foul now to not the red?
Well, I think if he plays a deliberate foul, what he should do is maybe play off the bottom rail and just move the yellows away a little bit so he can get to the red. Because he still ain't going to clear. I think there's a case that you can go for the finish from here. Because one of the two reds that are around the black spot area, if you play up towards the top left, you can play inside the rail, inside the yellow, flick the yellow away, pot the red, and you've effectively got 5 balls over the hole.
Yeah.
That's what he's done. It wasn't quite as easy as, but although he's come perfect here, what he can do is he can pot the red into the middle that's just below the black spot and then land on the top cushion and play the shot that I said.
Yeah.
And this is what I said I like about Liam. He is really attacking. And even though, you know, he's playing a set of rules where he could have waited for 20 minutes and almost been guaranteed the frame there, he likes to attack and he's going for them.
Yeah, he's trying to make something happen, isn't he? So
yeah, I like this. I like the way that he plays. And he's just got to make sure that he hits sort of 4 inches up the side rail. If he hits 4 inches up the side rail, play it quite hard, you're guaranteed. Oh, you see, he didn't hit up the side rail.
He's caught the yellow first, hasn't he?
Yeah, he played it like a plant rather than, you know, he really wanted to hit. If you see where the bolt line meets the rail, he wanted to hit just after there.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, even still, you know, he's obviously not got the clearance there he's gone for, but he has tried to make something happen there, and you know, Carl's still in a really difficult position, really. What shot would you be playing if you were Carl? The shot I've just seen is that possibly where the yellow where the black is, you hit the yellow, possibly play the double and not the black with the white to the yellow.
Yeah, it's a good shot.
So I don't think there's much benefit for covering the pocket because you can just get on the black anyway.
You're not a bad player, you Neil. Yeah.
Surprised I saw that this
Yeah,
early.
well done. That must have been that sausage sandwich.
Yeah, see. That's a good shot there because that shot he just played, Liam's in a bit of trouble here. But for me, Liam could just possibly. Would you just move the yellow away and stun the yellow up?
Like what about push the black over? That's a good shot. Is it? Would you see? I would expect to clear for me if I was on yellows. But, you know, back when we were back when I was playing the English 8-ball, I think you're supposed to clear for me at the top level.
Yeah.
I do think you're supposed to, because I think he can pot this one and maybe kick the middle yellow out. I think he can run full ball into it, can he? But even so, what he can do is the one that's closest to the red over the right corner, he can just double out, leave himself on the yellow into the left centre, run through, pot the other one into the left centre. And
then just one shot to get on the black.
And then it's just, but he's got 2 perfect balls there to get on the black.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think you're supposed to clear on yellows. See, what I thought Liam could have played, and I think he did rush it a little bit and not look, as he could have maybe cross-doubled the yellow down towards the pocket where the 2 reds are.
Yeah.
If he cross-doubles that down, see, I don't think Cole's played the cleverest of shots there, because he's obviously doubled the yellow up to the corner.
He just wanted that near the middle pocket, really, didn't he?
Yeah, he didn't need to play it anywhere near that hard, and he's played it bad because he's left himself too much angle on the yellow in the middle. He may have to soft screw this in now.
Good shot.
Oh,
I think it's a foul as well, is it?
yeah. I don't think
touched
he's hit the rail.
No,
I think he jumped. He definitely jumped up off the queue when he hit that, didn't he?
he didn't stay down. No, I think he thinks it possibly may have pulled off, but he definitely didn't stay down on the queue. I mean, from Carl's point of view, then as well, you know, by playing that clever shot by knocking the black to the yellow, he actually gave himself a decent chance from Norway, really, in the frame.
Yeah, and I think he should have cleared there. You know, I know he's left that short, and maybe it's just like maybe turned on the lip. I think it went dead straight up to the pocket, and then I think maybe it just sort of rolled around the lip a little bit, but. You know, he should have been playing it obviously a lot harder than that anyway, but it's definitely game on now.
Yeah, definitely from 3-0 down. Liam's 4-3 up now, and obviously his break. So, you know, like we said in earlier on, you know, as the match goes on, you expect Liam to keep hitting the break even better, really, to give himself even more chances.
And because he breaks so big, you know, over a distance race to 11, he's a handful for anybody, because when he break, you know, obviously he can play, you know, he knows the patterns, and you know he only plays world rules, so you know he knows what he's doing, and when he breaks as big as he does, then he's definitely a handful for anybody.
Yeah. So, Liam to break now, 4-3 up. So Liam's into a great break there, but he has actually lost the white. Gone straight enough in the corner. So Carl comes to the table. Think he'll be looking at yellows. Probably be looking to take the two yellows at the top of the table and work his way down for the four at the bottom. Fully expect Carl to take these out to make it 4 frames each. Obviously, it's been a while since he's actually won a frame, because he's actually 3-0 up in this match. So he'll want to take a bit of care on his finish and, you know, make sure he doesn't lose the white. Morning, Adrian. Hope you're well, pal. So I think Calder's looking to pot this yellow now and stun up and take the black in the bottom left-hand corner. So it should, barring a big kick, it should be 4 each. Call's just brought there. It's a really good break. I think he'll be looking at taking the yellows. As he's actually already on yellows, I think he'll be looking to take the yellow, then the cushion very first shot. I think he'll be looking to take the yellow at the bottom now, work his way up the top of the table, play the plant, and then pot the other 2 yellows at the top of the table, and he'll probably look to leave the yellow to the right of the black last ball, and possibly screw into the red to leave the black in the left corner. That's the way I think he'll be looking to take these yellows out. So I don't think the black actually goes, so I think he has actually got to pot the yellow and screw into the red. So you just got to be careful that he leaves the correct angle on his last red, on his last yellow, sorry.
Yeah, so Peter's wrote in on the live chat here, Peter Hill, and yeah, I completely agree that I think it's a bit disrespectful, maybe saying, that, maybe implying that, Liam can't play or is not too clever, because, trust me, I've practiced with him, he can play, and Peter's right that, obviously Carl's a very good player, and you definitely don't hold your own against him if you can't play. So, trust me, Liam can play, especially with the break that he's got. So Adrian Castle says, morning. Good morning, pal. I hope you're okay and not working too hard. Are you going to be down later, Aid, watching a bit, and make sure you slip those Louboutins on if you're coming down. Don't forget the Breitling. It's a good camera angle there, watching this positional shot.
Yeah, he's played it well.
To the inch.
So that's 5-4, Carl Sutton. Liam's not had a shot. Obviously the last 2 frames, so which you know, it can happen in matches where you go through spells in the matches you don't really get, you know, a shot really. That's why I said on the commentary yesterday that when those frames are those tactical frames, that they can be quite key to the end result.
Yeah, because you know, especially when there's two top players playing, you expect there to be spells where people run 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, even 8 packs, and I know that doesn't happen very often when you start getting towards, you know, the 7 and the 8s, but at the top level it does happen, and you have to expect that to happen, and you have to be able to deal with it. And you know, if we can, I don't know if they got this break here, but this was check this one out. He actually mishit the front ball a little bit there, so he caught the front ball off centre, hence why the cue ball was all over the place. But just watch how hard he hits this. Check this one out. Look at that. See the cue bend on the way through? He moves the shoulder and the body out of the way and then drives the arm through. That's the perfect example of anybody, you know, wanting to know how to improve their break. Watch this kid. And that was in slow motion as well, by the way, there. That was slowed down. Liam is only about 4'5", so he's asked for the rest here.
Would you be playing this yellow first, Gaz, or would you bridge over and pop the one over in the middle?
I think the thing he's probably worried about of bridging over and playing the one in the middle is knocking the other one up the cushion. And I think it's probably a bit easier than it looks, this one. I know he's got to use the rest, but to be honest, I think being left-handed, I'm surprised he can't reach over. I know he, like I said, you know, I was only joking, he isn't 4'5", but he is quite small, and I'm surprised that he can't stretch over and reach this. Hold on, I'll just let me just grab him a rest. That's my good deed done for the day. Yeah, and the fact that now he has potted that, they're unmissable. You just soft screw this on off the top cushion and then drop the other one in, drop the other one over the middle. May have just yeah, you can still drop it in, can't he? You can still just hold it. You can just drop it in dead weight. And as I'm used to playing and watching the heavy American pool balls, obviously on the Chinese table, it would be hard to hold that, Neil. You know, we've played a lot of Chinese pool together in practice, and because of the weight of the balls, it's hard to hold balls from that sort of angle. And had he ever landed the wrong side, it's not as easy to screw down. But obviously with the lighter cue ball, I think he thought he'd overdone that.
Yeah, I think it's actually pulled up just enough.
Has he got a stun into the red now, or? And he,
yeah,
I think he may have to stun in.
Yeah, because he's come further down the table than what he would like. He has actually got to play a cannon there. Whereas if he's better in that scenario to be short, so he could have screwed it off the two rails with the black in the middle. But
I think he might have to just play a little cannon into the red, but I don't think he wants to.
No, I think he could play for the gap between the red and the black, and then he either gets the gap or he just flicks the black.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not a bad option, is it? Because yeah, if he just plays it at the right pace, he's guaranteed to have a shot on it, isn't he?
Yeah, whereas if he does miss the red and he goes for the red, he might.
You can do this commentary again, Neil. You're not too bad, are you?
That's what he's looking at now. He'll just look him playing the gap. It's all about the pace of the shot, really, how this comes out.
I think he played your shot, but because he's hit the red first. No, he's okay, actually.
Yeah,
I thought he was.
just okay, yeah. So, back on level terms. So Carl's broke there, five frames each now. I think he'll be looking at. I think reds or yellows above there, really. Just personal preference. What he wants to go for. Carl's just asked for the one of the balls to be cleaned. I'm just getting quite critical stage in the match now. Obviously 5 frames each. As you can see in the arena, there's quite a few matches going on at the moment. I think the next session after this one's at 12:30. It's a double elimination tournament this weekend, I believe, to the quarterfinals. So I believe the winner side's first to 11, and then if you do fall into the loser section, those matches become first to 8. And then I believe it's like I say, a double elimination all the way to the quarterfinals, and then it's a straight knockout from there. Just on the other stream table at the moment, you can see that Ben Davies is playing Mike King, another good matchup in this round. Okay, so I've got some latest scores for you from this round. Ben Davies is 8-6 up against Mike King. Simon Fitzsimmons is he's actually won 11-2 against Ron Sharp. Neil Wren, I believe, is 5-3 up against Don Cooney. Josh Kane's 9-4 up against Stefan Mercedes. Next match, Arf and Dad playing Dan McVicker, two people from the IPA. That's 6-5 to Dan McVicker. Christian Williams is 5-0 up against Jason Bates. Neil Davies 3-2 up against Jez Graham. I believe Danny Davis is 5-2 up against Dean Lapham. Matt Brealey is beating Jamie Graham 3-2. And one of your tips for the tournament, Ben Mackey has lost 11-5 to Al Collop.
I never said Ben Mackey, did I?
I thought you did.
Oh.
And Steve Dempsey's 5 each with Shane Thompson. It's another good matchup. And Partap Singh's 5-4 up against Jay Chapman. think Carl will be looking to pop the yellow here, possibly screw into the red near the middle pocket, land on the yellow at the bottom of the table, and go up for his last yellow. And I believe the black goes past the 2 reds into the left corner pocket. So he's just looking now to see if the black goes past the gap of the 2 reds. I think he's in a quite good position, to be honest. I think he's possibly a little bit straighter on the yellow than what he would like, but
No, I think what it is, Neil, I think he's got a little bit too much angle that he can't run past the black. So I think he may just have to sort of stun into the gap of the black and the red, pop the yellow into the long into the corner, hold the white on the red, and then just pop the long yellow basically. If he lands dead straight, stuns the yellow in, he's dead straight on the black. So effectively, you know, the last yellow is the black, isn't it? I think he wanted to be a little bit closer to the yellow. That's why he took so much time. But I don't know if he's come just on the off angle on this yellow.
yeah, he's definitely not as straight as what he would like.
No, he's not dead straight. You still expect him to get it, but not as easy as if it was dead straight. See, and that was the problem. He didn't get hold of the cue ball, and he's thinking himself, definitely, I'm sitting behind it.
That's why I thought he would take that yellow with 2 yellows to go and leave the yellow at the top by the red till last, and then pop the long black. Carl seems frustrated, obviously. You know, he looks like he's going to lose his frame now.
And I don't know what Liam's looking at, because the 2 reds that are together here just to the right of the black spot, he has to take the bottom one of them first. He has to, because he's dead straight on it. Yeah, he's come round, he's seen it now. Liam's actually got a really good job. He works at Bet365, so he loves his sport. He follows all of the. I know he follows all of the. He follows all the live sport. Sorry, we've just had one of the extension cables sort of collapse in front of us, but luckily Liam wasn't down on his shot, so it's fine. So yeah, he works at Bet365. He follows all of the sport, and obviously, you know, he works full time. So obviously, you know, putting a practice in is not easy, and that's the reason why I think he's never played on the tour, because of work commitments, getting the time off work, and not been able to put as much practice in as he would have liked. But I know his dad's got a table, as we mentioned before. Now they've just had a room built at the house, and he's got a table at his dad's house. So maybe expect to see a lot more of Liam in the future. And like I said, the way that he breaks, he's definitely one to look out for. You know, he does look young, and you know, I think he still struggles to get into the nightclub sometimes. But he is actually 28, and he does feel like he's been around on the pool circuit for a long time. And he has got experience, Neil. He's not going to be scared of the winning line here, you know, although he is playing somebody that at the start of the match he would have definitely been second favourite against. He definitely won't be scared of of winning this match. You know, if he carries on, and you know he's not going to start switching up basically when he gets to the winning line.
No, I don't think he will. He wants to beat the players he has beat in the past. Like, you know, when he obviously won the Staffs Open, he beat some really good players, and you know, he won't choke under pressure for me. He will, if the chance presents itself. I do fully expect him to take them out.
Have a chance to get a look at Liam's break here. Just keep an eye on like the cue. So he drives the cue forward. Obviously drives through the bed of the table. Obviously keeps the power and the momentum going forward. And just watch the cue. You see how hard he hits them. I mean, he's probably like 7 stone wet through, and he hits that break, you know, as hard as anybody.
Yeah, times the break really good, doesn't he?
And the technique he's got with the break is what he actually does is at the top of the backswing, if you slowed it completely down, at the top of the backswing he actually starts to move his shoulder and his body completely out of the way. And it's a difficult thing to learn, you know, never mind doing it in a match, because he's still keeping the cue on the same plane, but he's moving his shoulder and his body completely out of the way and then driving his cue through, which basically means that his body is not in the way anymore for him to then just flush the cue straight through to the blue spot.
Yeah. What's the key ball in this frame is the yellow on the side rail next to the red. No, I don't think there's a problem in essence of the yellow at the top of the table, because the other yellow, he can play off that yellow. I think he's just trying to work out how he can actually dislodge this yellow near the side cushion.
So just a quick shout out to the sponsors of the event that obviously allow us to not only bring you the prize money, but allow us to bring you the coverage, and from a great job that Beard Productions are doing. So a shout out to Bulldog Security, with the title sponsor for this event, the Winning Post, who are doing all the betting, with Jed, if any of you are interested in that. And then there's Holcroft Renault, which are a franchise of Renault dealers in Stoke-on-Trent, that are going to be the title sponsor for our next event.
Do you think he's looking at potting the yellow of the middle now, Gaz, and leaving the yellow of the opposite middle so he can top into it?
You know what I think he's looking at doing? I think he's looking at dropping this one in, and then the yellow that's over the other middle, I think he's going to play it off the red. Maybe play it off the red, which will then create a thinner angle for the white to disturb the yellow.
Yeah, because I think the problem is...
Oh no, maybe he can't. No, he's actually left it perfect, hasn't he? He doesn't need to play it off the red. I think he can just pop this, and he wants the white to hit the gap.
The problem is the yellow might just stay there.
He wants to hit the gap. If he hits the gap, it won't stay. See, he didn't hit the gap. He hit it too hard, didn't he?
Yeah,
with not enough top spin.
He threw wide, yeah.
And it couldn't have come. He couldn't have come any worse, because he can't see the other yellow. If he could see the other yellow, then he can just stun down and play the double. And I think he's too thin to clip it down the rail. I don't see what shot he's got. big frame that as well. If he could have nicked that 7-5, you know. Ooh. Well, he's lucky that obviously he's covered the yellow in the middle of the table, but maybe he can play off the top rail. Maybe he's left a big pocket.
Yeah, that's definitely the shot. So he can play off the top rail. If he pots a yellow, he's on the other yellow.
It's not guaranteed because if he hits the gap of the cushion and the ball, he won't pot it. So it's not guaranteed to make it, but this for a shot. He's got it, and he's on the yellow.
Great shot.
Brilliant shot. So now here, can he just play this with right-hand side, Neil, and swing it around, or has he got to play it as a little stun? I think he can play it with just right-hand side, can't he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's had a flyer. Big mistake, this. Oh, he had a huge area to land in there.
He did, to be fair.
He just didn't play it with enough right-hand side, did he?
No, because if he played it more solid, he would have swung more into the middle of the table.
Swung more into the middle of the table, and you could never snook yourself, could you then?
No.
Well, that's a big let-off, I think, because having...
Yeah, it's a big let-off because I think after the shot, he's played a brilliant shot to come off the top rail and pot the yellow in the middle.
People coming on saying, I told you he'd win. I fancied him to win this match. If you fancy him that much, then contact Jed at the winning post and stick a bet on. If you tell me and get it right, you just get a pat on the back. If you tell Jed and get it right, you win a few quid. So on the other stream table, we've got Ben Davis against Mike King. The score that we have is showing 9-8 to Mike King. And it was 8-6 behind there, so he's now 9-8 ahead.
So 6 each now in this match. Looks like it's going to go all the way for me.
There we go. We've just swapped to the other table. So Ben's clearing there to go 9 each. He's played a decent shot there to develop the two reds. So you would expect it's going to be 9 all there. So best of 3.
So Carl's is a good break there now. I think he'll be looking at taking yellows. Would you take yellows you actually, Kaz, or would you go reds?
I think you can go either, can't you? I think I would probably go yellows. Yeah, I think you go yellows. I think there's just less room for error. Yeah, I think you can't possibly miss the yellows, can you? You haven't got it. You haven't got to touch nothing.
No, I think he'll probably be looking to take the 2 yellows at the top of the table, and then to make the finish easy, he needs to take the yellow in the middle, past the red, and run down, and then take the other yellow in the other middle, and then the one at the bottom, and then the yellow in the middle last with the straight black. So the key shot is, for me, is getting correct on the yellow by the red, so you can run down and take the other yellow in the middle.
And it's going to be quite a big psychological blow for Liam, because a minute ago he had a yellow which was relatively routine, that he just had to drop him with a bit of side to get on the black to go 7-5 up. And I think in a few minutes he's going to be 7-6 down. Adrienne, who is one of the lady players who's doing really well at the minute, and she's just writing on the stream. So, good morning, Adrienne. And what do you mean because you two are watching? I thought it was, you mean just because, sorry, you said you're watching just because us two are commentating. Don't you mean just because I'm commentating, darling? What happened to your favourite?
Not what she was saying to me the other day.
You need to be careful. Your missus is in there saying things like that.
So I think in this finish, like I said, he's basically left the yellow at the top of the table, which I think he should have got rid of a lot earlier.
And as we spoke about yesterday, it's all about the patterns. If you take the balls in the wrong order, eventually you are going to start falling over. And if he's come absolutely dead straight on this, then he's not good, is he? I don't know if we can maybe get a look at this one across the top rail, but the way he's just see, I think this might be dead straight.
You might have to play cushion first.
Yeah, I think that might be the only option if he is dead straight. Has he been fortunate and landed on the one in the middle through the gap? And is that any good to him? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Because he can drop that in, then pop the one in bulk, and go top rail, side rail, and get the cue ball back to where it is now.
Yeah.
I think that's the way, isn't it?
Definitely. I think he's definitely made his finish a lot harder than what it should have been, though. Because he's doing a lot more travelling with a cue ball than I think he would have liked to at the start. I think he's looking at now potting the yellow gas now, and then coming off the top rail and leaving the white near the bottom right hand corner pocket. I think that's what he's looking at.
I think it feels there's less danger this way. There's less traffic for the cue ball, and he's fine. Oh, he's had a big bounce there, did he?
Yeah, he has, yeah.
There's still the option to play the same shot I said, Ian, and go top rail, side rail, and get the cue ball dead on the back rail, and you straight on the black into the middle.
Yeah.
What he's looking at doing is screwing it around the two rails and getting the cue ball over towards the left centre there, anywhere near the left centre, and he's up, but he's got a big target that way as well, hasn't he? Because he doesn't have to be close to the middle. He can be a foot away from the middle, and he's not going to miss the black.
As long as he misses the red
as long as he misses
at the top of the table,
yeah,
should be fine.
and obviously doesn't get hold of it too much, so the cue ball's going close to the middle. I fancy him to get this shot right because I think there's a lot of margin. Yeah, he's played it good.
So that's 7-6 to Carl Sutton. It's getting to quite a critical stage of the match now. So as you can see, Liam's hit a fantastic break there again. Just having a little replay. As you can see, his cue's actually bending his drive through the bed of the table. See, more times out than not, you keep breaking like that, you're gonna pop balls, and give yourself opportunities to make clearances. I think we're looking to pot this yellow now, stun through the gap of the yellow and the red for the two yellows on the side rail. As long as he gets his shot right, he'll have a good opportunity to make the clearance and make it 7 each.
Once again, it's his break. I know we keep going on about his break, but when he breaks like he does and hits them so well and makes so many balls, he's hard to shake off. And I think his break is what keeps him in these matches.
Yeah, because he's always going to get table time and opportunities.
Yeah, and then on top of that, when you can actually really play, then.
I think he's been quite fortunate if he's landed in the gap where he can take the yellow here.
He just took it for granted that he was going to pot that ball, and he was just basically working out the angle that he wanted on the yellow, and
Definitely.
Forgot the most important part, which was to pot the yellow.
Not the easiest opportunity for Carl. I don't think the red near the black spot actually goes into either of the corner pockets. I think the shot is now where he's actually landed is to pot the red and come all the way down the table and land on the red in the middle. Because he's actually going to struggle to get back on there, and I think he's absolutely perfect to play that shot now.
Yeah, he's got the perfect angle, and if he does play, if it does come a little bit fat and he doesn't get out in the middle, I think he'll land on it dead straight in the corner.
Yeah. And he'll just leave the red on the rail till last.
It's perfect. It's perfect. Great shot. It's amazing how many times you see this happen. So it gone from Liam's got 2 easy balls really to go 7-5 up, and that's just completely changed the whole match now. And from what looked like 7-5 up, it now looks like going 8-6 down. Ooh, that's a big miss.
That's a big miss. That is a really big miss. Effectively, that was a black ball.
Yeah, that's a big miss, and he's missed it. And I think the yellow that's next to the black still goes into that centre, which is quite big, because the fact that goes in there really just makes the finish I wouldn't say unmissable, but... Ooh. Wow, he's caught the knuckle and actually finished the right side of it. And this is where the key here is you pot the one in the middle, but you want an angle on the plant, don't you? So the white comes away, so you guarantee the shot on the last ball. You don't want it, you would never screw back and land straight on the plant there. Oh no, what's going on here?
Liam looks amazed that that's not gone in.
He does, but once again, it's so careless. I think he was watching where the cue ball was cannon in the black rather than worrying about the most important part, and that's potting the ball. This is exactly what he did with the other yellow.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can argue that maybe that should have still gone in, but if you catch too much of the knuckle, it's not going to go in.
Obviously, Carl's in a difficult situation here.
But does the red double, do you think?
No, I'm not sure it does.
Ooh. I can only presume that he may have got a kick on that, so I think we need to give him the benefit of the doubt that he got a kick, because I don't think he was going to miss it down the rail by that much, is he?
Yeah, because he's quite thick, hasn't he?
It went fat straight into the rail, so I think he got a kick there. Seeing, that's why he's been clever here, making sure that he left a big angle, because leaving a big angle on the plant means you're guaranteed to be on the second ball, really, no matter where it goes. But when you land straight on a plant, Neil, you're always worried about catching cushion first, aren't you? And then the ball you're playing goes to the back cushion and you've got no shot.
Yeah, definitely. You can always lose the yellow. Yeah, so you are best leaving that at an angle if possible. So this black now for 7 each. That's 7 each. Carl to break. Seems a bit frustrated, Carl. He's let that frame slip. He played a great shot, and then obviously, as you can see on the replay, just missed this red in the middle. Effectively, that was the black ball for the frame. So Carl's broke there, made a ball. I think he'll be looking to go reds. Probably looking to clear the 3 reds, pot the red in the middle first, then clear the 2 reds at the bottom of the top of the table. Come down, pot the red in the middle, and then pot the red over the corner, and then leave the red next to the black as his last ball for the black in the corner. Play that perfect. Key shot in his frame now is he gets the correct angle on his second but last red. Because ideally, in an ideal world, he'd like to be on the side rail, so then he could pot the red, come off the bottom rail, and then leave the red in the middle. But I don't think he can actually get there. This is the key shot, that he gets a correct angle on his second but last red. So it looks like he's actually changed his route here. So this long red now, if he pots his red, it's 8-7 to Carl Sutton.
Yeah, and what he's done there is he's made sure that he over-hit that shot, because if he under-hits it, he's snookered. He's over-hit it to make sure that he's guaranteed a shot, and now he's on it in the corner rather than the middle. That's perfect. He can just soft screw into the yellow and land straight on the black.
Oh, 8-7, Carl Sutton. It's looking it could go, could possibly go all the way, these smash singers.
Yeah, Neil just, Liam just has to make sure that he stays with Carl now. I think it's Carl's break, which, if he break and clears here, 9-7. So just to give you an update on the other stream table, Ben Davies is 10-9 ahead against Mike King. Mike King is just about to break. So once again, Liam absolutely crunches the break. Makes one of each, and providing he pots the red into the top right corner long, which is the one I think he'll take. If he makes that ball, then provided nothing silly happens, I think we're at 8 each.
Yeah. I think he's got to take that red, because I think the red along the top rail is too straight.
It's too straight, and where does his next ball come from? I think if he pots this, it's almost like the black, isn't it? Because the black goes in this bottom left corner. So I presume the red goes past the yellow, which is almost on the balk line, which will be his second to last ball.
Yeah, I think the key shot on the frame will probably be obviously this red, and then he'll probably pot the red next to the yellow, and then the other red in the other corner, and then it'll be the red on the rail, getting correctly on his second but last red.
Yeah, and at World Rules, he's potted a red from the break, so he nominates reds, so he's on reds either way, which is a big advantage, and he definitely makes this long ball less pressure, doesn't it, knowing that you're already on reds?
Yeah, definitely. As you can clearly see, that red does go past the yellow.
He's digging down on this, which good shot. He obviously preferred to dig down and stun it in rather than roll it, and some people prefer playing shots in different ways, and his way was to stun that in, and this red obviously passes this. He doesn't want to be straight on this though, else he's back in the same position as he was the first shot, really.
I think he's pretty straight, to be honest.
I think that's careless, Neil, isn't it, not to get the cue ball on the rail there?
Yeah. He's kind of worse than straight, to be honest.
He's on the off angle. If he's got a little bit of angle, can he maybe sort of bang it back a little bit with reverse side? Needs the side to take. Yeah, good shot.
Played it well, yeah.
But again, world rules. You can't just clatter into the yellow here, and if it goes in the middle, it doesn't matter. You have to be careful where you're knocking the balls.
Yeah, you got to play control.
Which I do like about it. You know, you can't just clatter into the balls and play what's a so-called skill shot, and the ball goes in, and you haven't meant it to, and you carry on. Played that nice.
Sure.
I am right behind the shot, or looking at what will be his last shot, and he just wants the cue ball basically exactly where the red is, or almost just a millimetre back from where the red is. It's perfect.
So 8 each.
Table 3, who's the section round 1? Spencer Jones, Tony Halpin. Table 3, Spencer Jones, Tony Halpin.
So what started out at a best of 21 is now best of 5. As I spoke about yesterday on commentary, when I was in with Mike King for the first match, when the players were breaking, just using that hard stun with the cue ball in the middle of the table, they made that ball in the yellow ball into the left centre almost every single time, and that's exactly what just happened again there. That left yellow screwed directly into the left centre by using that hard stun, and that's something that I'd never noticed before on an English table.
Yeah.
So he'll be screwing back here to leave an angle on the ball on the top rail to play the cannon into the black and the yellow.
I think as long as he makes contact with the yellow.
Would you have preferred to be on the back rail here, Neil, playing the cannon? Or would you have played it and left this angle?
I left this angle because I think you guaranteed the angle, whereas if you play the back rail, you could land straight, or I think, yeah, it's still okay.
I can just give you an update on the other TV table. Ben Davies has won against Mike King 11-9. Leah's just going to do an interview with Ben in just a few seconds. So for all you Welsh supporters that want to listen to Dingy Boy, he'll be on in a few minutes. Okay, as Carl clears here, what looks pretty much a given now to go 9-8. Why don't we just going to skip to the interview with Ben Davies, who's just won his second match in the winner's side.
Jim, a bit of a harder match there, Ben. An easy first round, but that was a tough match.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I first time I ever met Mike. He's a good player, and definitely maybe work for anyway.
Yeah, swings and roundabouts, that one. Coming to 9 each, I think he knocked a couple of finishes. Just got away.
I think it was a point around about 7 each, 8 each. I think he got a dry break, and then I done 2 in a row.
Yeah.
So got a bit of breathing space, but he managed to put it back again. But I think I was just a little bit in front all the time with that helped.
Kept, like you say, staying in front, kept the confidence, and if he went behind, it might have put a bit more pressure
I think I
on him.
went one behind once, but you know, one is not so bad, is it? But
No.
you go 2 behind, you start.
What a good test.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Getting back into these rules, so yeah.
Well, I was in the middle of a tactical frame there, and I think I know we're in control, but I couldn't think how to win the frame. I was like, how do I win the frame? And then it eventually came back to me. So,
Yeah. Well done, Ben, and sure them little things will help you throughout the tournament.
yeah, good luck.
All right, good.
Cheers.
So back to the match.
And once again, Liam absolutely crunches the break and leaves a finish that I think he's almost guaranteed to get. The yellows, or well, if he misses these yellows, I think he'll throw up, because they're easy. And he's looking at this yellow first, and I think he's taking the wrong ball first. He's on the dead straight one.
Yeah,
the two that together, he's dead straight into the corner. It's the same difference, I suppose. He's landed on it in the other corner.
Yeah.
But once again, like I said, it's Liam's break that's keeping him in this match, because he just hits them so well. And when the ball's open like that, the fact that obviously he's a really good player as well, he's getting so much table time that he's going to be tough.
Yeah, he just gives himself so many chances.
And as we said, as the match goes on, you know, we spoke about how you get a feel for the break. As the match has gone on, he's started to hit them better and better.
Just going back to this finish down now, I would have personally took the same yellow that you said. And if you look at the layers of the table now and where the white is, it's not actually that easy to get back on that yellow now.
No. And if he just takes those 2 yellows away, like I said straight away, it's all about the patterns, isn't it? If he takes that yellow away early, the finish is literally unmissable. Now he's come on the off angle a little bit on the one closest to us. And yes, you should never still miss the finish, but when you go the wrong way, as we've said, you can miss the finish.
Yeah, definitely. And basically, his last ball is going to take now in his finish. We would have took his first.
Yeah.
It looks like he's going a different way now.
Now he's struggling to clear.
Yeah.
So he's gone from an unmissable finish, and because he's took the balls in the wrong order, mainly the first one, he's gone from what I said I think he'd throw up if he misses him to I think you better pass in the sick bag, because I don't think he's going to get him now.
No. Because where the white was after the break, he could have like stunned this yellow in.
Yeah, and this is not black ball rules, don't forget. We're playing world rules, so he can't just top into the red with no care of where the red's going.
No. Because he will be close to potting the red in the corner.
I think so, like you say, and if it's black ball, you play this, you know, hard with side, and irrelevant to where the red goes, I think you have some sort of shot, but you can't play it. What about screwing through the gap, Neil? But then there's all sorts of obstacles on the way back, isn't there?
Yeah. I think you have got to play the shot with side.
With one inside.
There's no other way you can get on the yellow.
I think he's screwing through the gap. Oh. That's big. That's big. For me, being careless and taking the balls in the wrong order there is probably going to cost him this match now.
Yeah.
I know that's perhaps a big statement early, but I just think when you've had your chances, you know, against a player as good as Carl is like that, and I did say from around 6 each, it was about whether he could stay with Carl, and breaking like he did, he give himself the best chance, but he'll be absolutely sick that he's missed those.
Well, ultimately that could be his last shot in the match, because obviously Carl should clear here, then it's his break next frame.
It's not his best, is it?
No.
If he's straight with the white near the rail, has he got to jack up and just nip this back a little bit?
Yeah, I think he has, but I think he's still okay. Yeah, he's fine. I think the problem with this frame, obviously, he didn't take that ball first, and he never really quite got on it again, did he? As good as he wanted to.
I think he can surely just like play a soft screw and just almost leave the cue ball where the white was, but same difference.
So it's 10-8 now, Carl Sutton. Obviously, you know, he's got 2 breaks left in the match. It's going to be tough for Liam to win from here now, I believe.
Yeah, as I said when it happened, I think it wasn't really the miss on the yellow. Yeah, he probably should have potted it, but it was what he was trying to do with the cue ball was the reason he missed the yellow. But that wasn't the bad shot, was it? It was taking the balls in the wrong order was the bad shot.
Yeah.
And when it happened, when he missed that ball, I said I think that could cost him the match. And you know, although he's still in it, you know, he's only got to win 3-0 from here, but mentally it's a bit of a blow as well.
It is, yeah. Because when he broke, he'd be fully expected to clear that, or wouldn't he, to make the match 9 each.
I think he's slack-racked himself there. Can Liam clip this one back? And he can't get hold of it enough, can he, to clip this one back in the corner and disturb the bad one?
Yeah, I think it's too thin. Yeah, I fancy the potty, but he definitely couldn't get his bad yellow out.
It's one of them from Cole's point of view. You're 10-8, you're in control, you've broke off, and yeah, I think it was a dodgy rack, but you'd be happy that the balls have come out scrappy. That's what you want, isn't it? You know, you just want to be in. Actually, this is finished perfect.
Yeah, because you can pop this yellow in there in the right corner and screw into the yellow on the rail.
Yeah, and it's not just screwing into the yellow though. You know, you've got to be a little bit more precise than that. You want to hit just cushion first, don't you?
Yeah,
with left hand side to flick it away. If you hit it full ball, then the yellow will probably stick where the red is. So you have to play the cannon properly and get the cushion first.
Yeah, you want to play controllers, you don't need to play it hard.
Like
it's
that,
really good, yeah.
See, and you know this kid can play. He knows the shots.
But yeah, as you can see, you know, the matches can just turn around. You know, he's 10-8 up, Carl is, but you know, potentially the next time he could come back to table now. He's with 10 each.
Yeah, and the way the match has gone, you know, this finish really should be for the match for Liam. Liam could be 10-8 up here, taking these out to win the match. He's made a couple of mistakes, but I think he's good on the bottom one. The bottom one doesn't go into the left corner, so he's got to take it now.
Would you play this your running side, Gaz? Or would
No, I think I would play it back into the same pocket. I think, yeah. I think it because naturally you want to play this with right hand side, don't you? Anyway, and I think playing it with left hand side is the opposite to how you would naturally want to play it. So I think just playing it with a tracer right hand side is the natural way. He may look to go all the way down and play the one in bolt next. I don't think it's the shot. I think he should stick. But I think he's thinking if he lands high on the next one, he's struggling. I think he might be looking at getting into bulk. That's what he's played, and he's not on it.
It wasn't a bad option, because he always had the yellow in the middle.
Yeah. But he's now got to play. He's now the cue ball's sort of doing a few miles, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of travelling involved just to get this finished now. I think he's quite thin on the yellow in the middle as well, so he's going to have to cut it in, play side rail, bottom rail, come up for the yellow.
And he's pointing there with his cue. It's a good camera angle to show you like where he wants the cue ball. And a lot of the time when you're taking out finishes at 8 ball, you want to leave natural angles, don't you? So the natural angle is that when you just pop the ball, plain ball, the cue ball travels in the direction you want it to go, without you having to manipulate the cue ball. He's actually overhit that by a foot, really, because he wanted to be low, but because he's overhit it so hard, he's actually okay. He can come down the other side of the table now. So he'll play 2 rails. And you want the white to be hitting the top rail and then halfway up the right side cushion. If he hits halfway up the right side cushion, he can't possibly snooker himself. If he gets hold of the cue ball too... Well, he's played it inside there. He never played it in through that gap, though, did he?
No.
He never, ever played it through that little gap.
If he did, that was a brilliant shot, because there's a lot of traffic going that way, wasn't there?
Yeah, the shot was just 2 rails, wasn't it? There, he's played it 4. But either way, he's perfect on the yellow to screw up and land on the black in the middle. Ooh. Oh, no.
I can only suggest there that he was too thin on the yellow to pot it and screw down.
So what, has he tried to check it and land on the black in the right corner, do you think?
Possibly, or he always tried to play it with sides to come the other side of the red to play the black in the middle. But obviously, if he was straight enough, it would have been better for him to just screw towards the corner pocket, because he guaranteed the shot. So this is the opportunity now for Carl to win the match.
He was concentrating on bringing his bad red off the rail, and he almost run it through too far.
Yeah, forgot about the white.
Liam's eyeing up the up and down here, so if you get the black over the hole, you're happy. Anything less and he's lost. And now he's lost. It's a shame that, because it was a good standard, really, wasn't it, up until there, and then Liam will be gutted the 2 mistakes he's made there, because they were quite easy.
Yeah, from 9 each, obviously he should have won the last 2 frames.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, 9-8 down, sorry.
From 9-8 down, he should have won the minimum of the last 2 to be 10-9. So he'll be disappointed with that.
Just a simple red and black for Carl Sutton to advance into the next round. Not all lost for Liam now. Like I say, it's a double elimination tournament, so Liam would just go into the the loser section now.
Yeah, and well done to Cole. You know, he stuck in, and although Liam made a couple of errors there at the end, he sort of did what he had to, and from being 3-0 up, you know, somebody sort of comes back at you like that, you have to regroup and start again, and he did what he needed to.
Yeah. So yeah, well done to Carl Sutton there. The next match will be on the stream shortly. Gaz has just gone to find out who that will be. But thanks for everyone listening, and see you all soon. Just to let everyone know, the next match on the stream is Rob Warren versus Sean Story. Should be on any time soon. I think there's possibly an interview to follow. But yep, see you all soon.
Well, a tough match that one, Cole, against a player that not a lot of people might know about, but he's a local lad and he's played for England juniors, and it's a tough match.
Yeah, I know all about him. I've played with him. Well, we played England juniors and under 21s together, so I knew exactly what he was capable of. So yeah, I'm chuffed to get over the line.
Yeah, he's got a massive break for such a little chap, and he puts out whatever he's got.
Oh yeah, he gets a lovely split off him. Balls just clatter everywhere. I don't expect he knows what a joy break is.
No, I've practiced with him, and when his break's going, he's a machine with it. But I mean, it's a good win. It took all the way through, but pulled through. You made the mistake in the last frame, and that's all you needed, really. Yeah.
I started off really well. I was 3-0 in front, and then I kind of went to sleep. Sort of after that, let him get back into it. But then towards the end, I felt it was really good. I think I only really missed one ball in the closing frame, so yeah, I was happy.
Well, that's why you're the top end of the betting market, so you're one of the favourites to win the tournament. Do you fancy yourself for this event?
Let's see if I'm still here on Sunday, and then we'll discuss it.
Well, you've got 2 lives till Sunday, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Right, cheers.
Okay, everyone, welcome to the second match of today's stream. Rob Warren against Sean Story. Rob Warren as a local player. I don't really know too much, to be honest, about Sean Story. We've got a player profile sheet here in front of us, so I'll fill you in on a few details on that for anyone that's not too familiar. Welcome in the commentary box with me today is one of my good mates, also from Stoke, Carl Huff.
Hi guys.
So I don't know if you've done much commentary before, Carl, have you?
No, never.
No? So he's a commentary virgin, ladies and gents. So go easy
Broken
on him
today. Broken.
Yeah, but I haven't seen the prices for this match, but to be honest, I don't know anything about this guy Sean. But obviously, he must be a good player for one to enter this event, and two, he must have he's won his first match because this is the second round of the winner's side.
I think he's won a challenge event on the GB9 to 2011, main event final 2012.
Yeah, so he comes.
He has lost a couple of money matches though on the American pool.
Yeah, so he's come from obviously American pool background here. So he's listed his pool achievements are a GB9 main event final, 2012, a GB9 challenge event winner, 2011, loser of 2 American pool money matches, 3K and 6K. It doesn't list who he lost to there and where they were played and what the race is. He's 31, from Ipswich. Listed his favourite Q Sport player to watch, and I don't think this will be a shock to anybody. He's listed that as Ronnie.
The GOAT.
What would you like to achieve in pool? Win a big event / money match, and then just go on from there. It's a pretty modest answer, so... I do know quite a lot about Rob Warren, as I'm sure you do, Carl. You know, he's from the same area. You've no doubt played in teams and league teams and stuff with him, and
Interleague, county.
he is, yeah, he is a very good player, and he is actually really talented. It's just the one thing that it does let him down. Anyone that knows him or knows of him, I'm sure that you'll all know, is that his temperament and his head isn't the best, and he's one of them players where visibly just looking at him, you know whether he's win or losing, you know whether he's going through a good time or bad time in his life. He's just one of those people that sort of wears it all on the sleeve, and not everybody's the same, and not everybody is a robot, and not everybody has a great temperament. But
once his head's there, his temperament's there, he's pretty much unbeatable. Can be. Well, once his frown gets there and he starts chewing his nails, he gets a bit, loses his head quite often.
But he is talented, and he is very good at snooker. You know, I think he's made a max at snooker. Or he certainly makes ton 40s. He makes regular tons in. I know he plays league snooker. I know he plays billiards as well, and I know he makes regular tons in a league snooker, which is obviously a good standard. He does actually hit the ball really well. His cue action's a little bit sort of jabby at times, but he does get through the ball really well, and he does get a lot of reaction on the cue ball, and you'll be able to see that here, especially on the new tables with the new cloth. He does grip hold of the white really well, and that's all down to the timing.
The table he plays on at Stafford, one of the hardest tables I've ever played on, anything down the rail. And then as soon as he plays anywhere else, he doesn't miss down the rail because the table plays on is so tight. I've
Yeah.
played on it
And when you
times.
go from practicing on a table that's worn, and I presume it is worn, or the reason why the rails play tighter, and when you're used to playing and hitting certain places and taking out finishes in a certain manner, when you come to play on a table like this, it's just been reclothed. Obviously, the pockets do play bigger because the rails have been redone as well, and it makes them a bit more slippy off.
Yeah.
So I can just tell you that one of the final matches of the first session is Dom Cooney against Neil Wren. That's being played on the table just behind our TV table there that you can just see half of the table. It's 10 all there. There you can just see. It's 10 each and the balls are a little bit scrappy, so there's no clear favourite in that frame yet, but that is 10 all.
Wacker making light work of this finish. The only odd ball was the double he's just taken out. Just float them all in now.
He's just maybe got to check this a little bit. Always, check it a little bit too much, if anything. And that's exactly what he did. He made sure he checked it too much just to make sure he had a shot on it. The thing I like about Rob is when you watch him play, he makes it look a little bit effortless, especially when he's playing well. Like you said there, those weren't exactly over the hole. He had a couple of balls on the rail, and he sort of made them look as though they were sort of over the hole. And I think he'll, providing he sort of stays in control of his motions a little bit, I think he's going to take some beating in this tournament. Yeah. I haven't looked at the draw, but
same with anything. We've seen him play at the singles comp in Yarmouth. I think he played Carl Sutton in the final. Carl was still there. Couldn't grumble with that. Absolutely unbeatable the way he was playing. Carl took out some good finishes, but the way Wacker was strolling around the table, well, sweating, pumping it round the table really, but he just couldn't miss anything. Everything went well for him, and when he's got his head in that form, that frame of mind, he's unbeatable, I think.
so just why Wacker's broke off there, he's potted a ball, but it looks like during this frame that the table's lopsided, and as you can see there's like 7 or 8 balls all clustered together, so just why it looks like we're going to have a scrappy frame. We'll just go to the live chat. So Steve Dawes been back on and he's put Smoke. Obviously that's Carl Huff's nickname.
How you doing, Smoke?
Someone there, Kieran, has come on and said, any chance of Ryan Cope doing a bit of commentating? Well, I'd happily welcome him in here, so if you want to give him a call and ask him to come down, I'll happily do a little bit with him, but I think half an hour might be enough. We'll limit him to 5 jokes. Once he hits his 5 jokes target, then we get him out of here. Wacker's turned up looking the part today, I don't know if we can get a shot of his rhythm and blues,
But crocodile shoes.
But he's got a set of crocodile shoes on.
I think a few people know what we're talking about, especially around Stoke. We've all had him over him. But picked him up for £20 from a market, I think he did. Loves him, wears him everywhere.
Oh, £20. I think they've seen him coming. I don't know how experienced Sean is, but obviously Rob's very experienced. He only plays world rules, which again is an advantage when in these type of situations, because your mindset and the way that you feel like you're in control at Black Bull rules is very different. We just heard Ben Davies's interview after his match there, and he was talking about a frame towards the end that went a little bit scrappy and a little bit tactical. And he was talking about he knew he was in control of the frame, but he didn't know how to win it. And that's exactly what happens when you come from the black ball or you're mixing the two. When you've got balls over the pocket at world rules, you are in massive control, where at black ball you're still not in the same control. And because he came from playing black ball, that's what he was saying, that at world rules he had all the balls over the hole and was in control, but he wasn't sure how to actually end the frame and win it. So I'm not sure how experienced Sean is at playing any set of the rules, but Rob Warren definitely is experienced at playing world rules, and when the balls are scrappy like this, I think he'll definitely have to know what he's doing against Rob.
I was just looking at that then, he just takes this yellow out here by the black. Open the frame up. Oh,
and the only problem with playing into the black from one of those balls over the middle there, Carl, was that he was only ever going to be pushing it onto the rail and towards the corner pocket there. It was hard to ever get the black in the open from the angle that he was going into him from. So
I think he just played a bad shot, because I thought he could have actually screwed into the yellow before the black and opened it up for the middle bag.
Yeah.
So I think he's just pushed it through instead of screwing it in with that angle. So he's ended up just putting the black safe, really. Got a lot of way to do to take this out now, isn't he?
Yeah, and what he's looking at is he's looking at potting the middle red of the three and just trickling the white through to somewhere near, where there's a chalk mark there just below the red, on that sort of line, potting the red into the left corner and then kicking the black from the rail. Might be the same difference of where he's trying to go here, but he's had a big bounce there off the side rail. That's flew off.
I think he's going to drop this in and probably end up playing the two rails around in them.
Or he can drop it in and leave an angle in the middle and still play the side cushion with a bit of reverse side and sort of try and kick the black full ball.
Yeah, I think he's going for the two rails in behind it. Oh.
Or maybe even three. Maybe even three rails and kick it from behind. Look, let's see, that's where he's pointing his cue there. He wants to kick the black full ball, but if he plays it hard, unless the black hits the yellows, he's going to struggle to have a shot. But first thing to do is just try and make contact with the black. This is nowhere near hard enough and nowhere near on the right line. Ash K has come in there and said hello from Brisbane, Australia. So, hi Ash. Hope you're enjoying the stream. And then Yasser has said hi from Mauritius. Hope you're enjoying the stream too, Yasser. But if I was you, I think I'd be lying on a beach, not watching this stream. But good to have you on board. I hope you're enjoying it. Do you play pool, Yasser? Yassir, sorry.
We should be over here back from Rob, really. No real problems. He's got the ball over the bag to play the ball down the rail. top corner and then drop it in down the rail.
I think Rob jumped up in the air and felt like he maybe got a bad contact there, and you probably have to give him the benefit of the doubt because he did miss it thick. I don't know if he can play the back double here, or can he clip it down the rail? It's hard to tell. I don't know if he... Yeah, he's played the back double. Ooh, the white nearly flicked it in. I'm not sure if it was in without the flick or not, but... Those are the frames where if Rob is going to go deep into this tournament, he needs to be less careless than that. You know, he's got 5 or 6 yellows sitting in, not in the middle of the table, but with this ball over the hole, they're effectively in the middle of the table because this one down the rail's not tough. And you see he's been a little bit careless again there. I think he just needs to just cut out the unforced errors.
Then once the first frame's out the way and he's got his hand on the table a bit, he'll probably, his second frame, sorry, he'll probably flow a bit more once he's got his head in the match a bit.
You can see on this screenshot there, you can see the crocodile shoes, look.
The £20 specials. I think really once, I know he had a chance, Story, but once he got the back down there, he was in control then, but he did have a chance where he could have flicked that yellow out in front of the black and made a bit of a meal of it and pushed the black down towards the bag, which I think was his big mistake there. He probably could have taken the frame out there, but...
And just watching Sean, like I said, I'd not seen him play before, but just watching him in these early frames, it's a little bit hedgy and a little bit edgy, sorry. There we go. We've got you, George has brought us a picture there of the Crocodile Dundee shoes. But yeah, he looks a little bit edgy, and obviously, you know, Rob Warne is one of the best players in this tournament, and although it's raced to 11, I think it's important that he stays with Rob early on, because if Rob races away, then I think this match could be a bit of a cricket score, to be honest, if he lets him get away early on. So these first 3 or 4 frames are quite important for Sean. So Yasser says, from Mauritius, says that he does play, and the reason he's watching the stream is that it's the winter over there. So, okay, Pa, I'll let you off for that. And yeah, it's tough. Karloff in the commentary box with me. If Sean's gonna have any hope of even getting close to beating Rob Warne in this match, he has to be taking finishes out like this. Again, they look easy, but if you take the balls in the wrong order, they can be missed. And 8 ball is all about the patterns.
I don't think that finish was easy there anyway. I think he may have taken the middle and tried
Well-
done something with the yellow that was over the bag down
Well,
as such.
If that one went, Carl, which he just missed, which I presume it did, or he wouldn't have played it, I think he actually went the right way because he wanted to leave the one over the middle to his second to last ball, and then he wanted to leave the one over this right corner as his last ball and just play a little screw shot into the red and leave himself straight on the black into the middle. So I think he actually went the right way, providing that the ball went, which I can only presume it did, or he wouldn't have played it. So I think his pattern there was okay, the way that he went, because he knew he had to leave the two balls on the right-hand table to last. He just obviously missed the ball, which is probably going to now cost him this third frame. And from what I've seen so far, worrying signs.
Great shot by Wacker there.
Yeah, great shot, and he's on the one over the hole with an angle, and if the one next to the black passes into the right centre, past the two yellows, which I think it does, yeah, you can see it brought you a good camera angle of that. It does just go. You need to be on it good, but he thinks it's too tight, hence why he's jacking the cue up, and he's going to stun down and play it in the corner, which he's just under hit.
He's either running into the black here or running away with the white up
Yeah, and I
two
think
rails.
that was one of them shots there, Carl, where you're better off over hitting it. Before you play a shot, it's one of them where you have to ask yourself, what am I better off doing, being short or long? In that case, you were better being long because you can even be on the other red. He's played it well. He managed to avoid the black and avoid the in-off in the middle.
I think he might just have the angle just to run this in rail yellow and leave himself the middle bag. There we go. Should expect Rob get this, to be honest.
I'm sitting right behind it here, so I'll know before you if it's in. It's there. So just for those of you that are interested in the other matches of this session, Kay Hampson is 3-1 up against Rich Wharton. S. Jones, T. Haplin, 0-0. I can just tell you that I'm just trying to bring you the result of the Cooney-Wren game. They've now finished the one that was 10-all. I'm not sure who won that frame. I'll bring that one to you afterwards. Neil Davey, 8-7 against Jez Graham. Matt Brealey, 9-7 up against Jamie Graham. And the other matches, Craig Lakin has just started against N. Bow, and the other matches there are some of the first round of the losers section. Greg Batten has just started against Steve Martin. If you want to follow the live scores of this, then you can go to beardproductions.uk and follow all the live scores on there. I can tell you that Cooney won 11-10 and I would imagine that Lee will be bringing you an interview with him within a couple of minutes.
I'm assuming the yellow by the red passes into this corner bag, or even.
Yeah,
But he's just under hit that.
Yeah,
quite a bit.
it does pass into here, cause you can see that it does go over here, but getting on it to pot it over here is.
I think that's why he's under hit.
Said than done. Maybe he's got to come twice across here and try and get on it and play it as a two-way shot, so he'll be on the bottom one if he's not on it. What's he played there?
I think he's just gone for cover the bag there, not played.
All right. Answers on a postcard then. Yeah, I can only presume that he did try to cover the pocket because obviously the yellow doesn't go in the corner. So.
Yeah, I think if he, like you said, if he'd have come twice across and.
Yeah, tried to hit the red as the target.
Yeah.
And if he misses, the worst thing that can happen is he goes in off. But other than that, he's guaranteed to be on one of the balls. To be honest, I think what he's probably thought there is, having seen that Sean had a bit of a shaky start here, and he's probably just thought, if I can get that ball over the pocket, then I'm a big favourite. And I was having this discussion in the commentary box with Neil before, and Neil was saying that what he's tried to do, certainly recently, is play each frame as though the score's 0-0. Which is something which I completely disagree with, because I think that you have to play the circumstances, you have to play the player, you have to play how you're feeling, and all of those factors come into, for me, what shot you decide to play. And that there is a prime example of what I'm trying to say. I think if Rob Warne was playing against me there, I don't think he'd have tried to cover the pocket, because I'd like to think I would clear those reds even with that yellow over the pocket. But he's took into account what's happened the first 3 frames and who he's playing, etc. And he's decided that covering the pocket there was the right shot. And I agree with him in them circumstances. And so what he's done, Neil's theory on it is that he just plays the table, plays it as though it's the first frame, and I don't think you can do that. I think there's a lot of other factors that you need to factor into what you to the match you're playing, who you're playing, how you're feeling, how your opponent's feeling.
I think Rob was probably right in playing the bag in this one, like you say, and I think I agree with the way you approach each frame, the circumstances. I think if he just covered the bag and just let him struggle, like he has, Sean looks like he struggled in the first couple of frames, just let him struggle even more, he can probably kill the match off a lot sooner than getting halfway through the match.
You play pool to a good standard, Carl. You play on the tour, etc., and you play interleague and county, etc. Do you approach your match how Neil is talking about, or would you be thinking of the score and the circumstances and the player you're playing?
I think of the score and the player I'm playing. Sometimes you can just see people dying at the table as such, and you don't want to be making mistakes. And sometimes you can hang them a bit, just drag the frame out a little bit. They don't want to be there really, so just let them stay in the frame a bit more, even though you can't lose the frame.
So your new nickname should be the Torturer then, really?
That's right, yeah. And then really you're pretty much winning the match before you've even got a couple of frames from the end, really. Should be.
We just got Liam White that's just come and stood by the commentary with us, and I had a chat with him after his match there that he's just lost to Carl Sutton. And he's obviously disappointed, like I knew he would be, having missed those 2 finishes that he missed towards the end, because he said he actually felt good at the table and he sort of, he fancied the job, and obviously rightly so. He's gutted that he missed those 2 finishes. I spoke to him about his break, and I felt that the more the match went on, the way that he was breaking, I fancied him to maybe even outbreak Carl towards the end, but So obviously he's disappointed, but it's double elimination and he's still in. Yes, he's lost his first match and it's not ideal, but it's not as bad as if you lose your first match and it's single elimination and you're on the motorway home, or in Liam's case, he's driving around the corner on the way home, so there's still another chance.
I think the way Liam played as well, if he can take that into his next match, I think that was a big positive about the way he played against Carl. I know coming out losing's never the best for your frame of mind, but it's not the worst really. The way he's playing really well. Just a couple of mistakes, but Carl didn't miss either.
As I said in the last frame, if Sean's got any hope of even getting close to robbing this match, never mind winning, these are the sort of finishes that he has to be taking out. Especially these. He's got 5 balls effectively sitting in the middle of the table. So for me, he has to get this finish. If he misses this finish, then I don't think there's any possible way he can win the match. So it's important times, even though it's early in the match. It's important times for him. Ash K has come on the live chat and telling us about his swim. Ash, I just want you to understand that this is a pool on a table we're watching here, pal, not in a swimming pool. But no, I've never heard of that swim, pal. But no, well done. So back to the pool. The pool table, that is.
Yeah.
He's got a perfect angle here, Sean, on his last ball.
Like you said, I think he needed this. Needed to take that out for have any chance of having an effect in this match at all, really. Well, I don't think this will have any effect on Wacker, really.
For any of you that have had bets and accumulators on this and anything else with Jed, the winning post, you can follow all the live scores online at beardproductions.uk. each match has got an app by the table, and as long as the players are using it properly and updating it every time, then you'll see the live scores as they happen.
Rob's just been a bit unfortunate there. I think the yellow just snuck in in the middle of the table there, blocked off the other yellow to the middle bag. I think they were quite easy from there if that answer happened. Is he going to take this long yellow on instead? Or is he going to? Yeah, he looks like he's going to take that.
I think the long yellow is his only option. He's got two options now. He puts the one over the left corner, and he can either run into the one on the rail, or he can screw across the face of it and pot it into the same pocket. I personally would screw across the face of it because I don't think you need to go into balls unless you have to. But he's chose to go into it one, and that's exactly the point I was making. If he plays the shot that's the non-cannon, then you're just relying on your own skill to take the finish out rather than relying on playing a cannon when you don't really have to.
I think if he come across, though, I do agree with you, not to move balls, but if he'd have come across, I think to get any angle, I don't think he'd have been able to get any angle onto the yellow that was on the top rail. I think if he was going to have any angle, he was coming across the table and going into the red or even behind the red. But even going into it there, he hasn't played too well, and he's just left himself another long one. But as Wacker does, he can knock anything in. Back in position now. Under-hit that quite a bit, I think, but he should be all right, I think.
I think it might work out better because I think he may play on the one on the rail next, and then that just allows him to play an easier positional shot onto the black from the yellow that's close to the bulk line. Imperative that he leaves an angle if he doesn't want to be straight on the yellow across the back cushion here. And because of that reason, worrying about being straight, he's left a little bit too much. He's just sort of just swinging his arm a bit. Sorry, Carl. He was just swinging his arm a bit there as if to imply that he didn't get through the cue ball, or he isn't getting through the cue ball as he'd like. And that was one thing I said at the start of this match that Rob is very good at, of getting through the cue ball. If you watch, he grips the cue ball really quick. It's easier to see on a fast cloth, but he's played that nice.
Rob was always going to play that with a bit of right hand side on. He could have actually played it naturally, come closer to the left hand side of the red and black and played it off two rails, but you shouldn't have been in any trouble either way, really. But knowing how Rob plays, he tends to play everything with side on, so he never really plays anything natural, so he never even looks at them routes.
Where's the cue ball? As Virgo would say. Oh, that was one of them really where he probably knew it was going close, but he didn't really have any option other than to pot the black and hope it either didn't go in or didn't reach. And as to what happens in pool, you get punished. That happens the frame before. And then you break dry and leave your opponent a finish that, well, he should really get, providing that he pots the first ball. The first yellow, that is. He's got a lot of cue hanging over here though, Carl. He's cueing off the rail.
Yeah, over the ball as well. Played it well.
He got a nice little flick on the first yellow. He's perfect.
I think he needs to take the right yellow of the two that are together. Yeah, he's got down to take it now. Just opens everything up for him now. Just draw this back an inch or two. I think he overhit that to the middle. I think if he just brought it back, he didn't need to come off the rail and just brought it back an inch or two. Exactly the same with the one down the rail, brought it back an inch or two. I think he probably should have just played the rail shot first and left that one middle. Should have played the one down the rail in the back an inch, played the other corner bag. I think he's made a bit of a mess of this at the moment. They're still there though. Slightly hampered with the red. Bridging over there.
Ooh, it's gone wrong, isn't it?
Yep. Can't get through to. If he had that shorter angle on it, I guess he could have just punched it in. He could have taken it to the top left, but
He's trying to chop this back. Where's the cue ball going?
absolutely nowhere.
Rob would like to leave the two at this end of the table as his last two balls, but where the cue ball is and what had happened in the last frame, he feels as though he's going to take him and get him out of the way. If he's going to go this way, Carl, he surely had to take these two out first.
The other one, yeah. I didn't think he was looking at taking this one out because he never actually was looking up to the
he always went that way, and again, it's all about the patterns, and that is definitely the wrong way to go. If he's going to take the one over the middle first like he did, he had to take this one next.
After that last shot, I'm not too sure which way he's actually going to go.
I
can't pick which way he's going to go. I know which way I'd go, but
I think he's going to take the top one, the bottom one. Well, no. I thought he was going to take the top one and then take the inside one, but... Oh, this is the strangest way I've ever seen. He's now come straight, hasn't he, on this?
Yeah. I think he's going just drop this in. He'll play the long shot bottom. And
Crazy, absolutely crazy way.
it's what he's been left with.
They can be missed now. He had no option but to only stun that in, because if he screws it back he ends up too straight or snookered, so he had no option but to leave this a little bit longer.
A lot tougher than what it should have been, really. Don't doubt him potting this out. A little shake of the head from him, as usual.
Just to give you a bit of information on the advert that was played there, that's the next event we've got coming here at Players. It's the 21st to the 23rd of August, and that is the biggest English 8-ball event that there is anywhere in the world at the minute. It's £23,000 prize fund, £10,000 to the winner, £350 to enter. Same format as this tournament, race to 11, double elimination, race to 8, loser's side. Limited to 64 players, and it's almost full, so there is still a few places available. If you're interested, please get in contact with Lee Kendall. Probably via Facebook is the best method. Deposit is required to secure your spot, but I think there's over 50 paid entries already, so you need to be quick if you would like to be involved in that. It is played to black ball rules, that one.
Yeah, he's obviously going yellows here. Always the balls really, so.
So I presume this yellow next to the red doesn't go, so we can drop onto it full ball maybe and push it to the back rail so it does go. Ooh. See, for me he deserved for that to go there, Carl, because he just hit it.
No control.
No control. He could have just dropped onto it, almost dead weight, just pushed it past the red to the back rail. Still been on the other one.
Still been on the middle if he could.
Yeah, on anything, and you've won.
I never like that when people just play cannon or it's splitting with no thought into it. So there's no skill. It's just quick, just bash it.
Yeah, and that's why I said that
You get
he
what you
deserved for those balls to go where they did, because he could have quite easily just kissed it full ball and been dead straight on it in the corner, and nobody thinks none the wiser. But whether he lands on it or not, it's an horrendous way to play it, because he's just cannoned into it and thought, well, wherever they go, they go. Where when you're playing a cannon, sometimes you have no option but majority of the time, there's a way to play the cannon. You can play it with control. Rob was in a bit of trouble there in the sense of, yeah, he could see the red, but it was hard for him to not leave some sort of pot, and leaving it where he's left it, probably the toughest place on the table he could have left.
I think he's got to try and play this cut across the top rail and draw it back down just past where it is now. Probably just missing the black just to, well, even if he lands straight, he could screw it back into the gap between the reds and the black. But he nearly missed the pot and he's lost the white completely. But from where I was thinking he was going to go anyway, because he's still going to be in trouble getting back onto that ball on the rail. I think I'd have played for it then.
I don't know if he played it as a two-way shot and he just didn't play it very good, where he played it with side to kick the ball off the rail, knowing if he missed it he landed on this one. Maybe given the benefit of the doubt that that's what he tried to play, because I think you're right, just dropping up for this one does make the finish a lot tougher. I don't know if he can screw back off this ball and get on the one down the rail next, can he?
I think he might be going to, how the angle was before, I think he might be going towards the reds. Yeah, like that.
That's what he's tried to do. He just didn't get hold of the cue ball, and if he's pushed that way, that yellow now doesn't go into the middle, then the finish is a little bit trickier now.
I think the way he cued it though, I think he could have missed them reds and come further straight back. Yeah.
I think he could have, yeah. I think he could have hit the side rail before the middle. He just had to dig it, and a shot I was saying that Rob Warren plays really well, where he grips the cue ball and gets it to react really quick. I think if he had played it like that, I was almost certain from the angle he had he could have got on it, but
I think he's in a bit of bother here. I think he can't play clean middle bag. I think he's going to end up playing, he's playing to the corner, I think, the top left corner. Played it well.
He's on the one down the rail, and if he runs through and gets the cue ball somewhere near the bulk line, then he can drop the last yellow into the middle, come up and down, and as long as the cue ball's anywhere past the middle of the table, he's got 4 feet to land in, hasn't he? He's got 2 feet going down and 2 feet coming back, so as long as he pots this, I think he wins the frame. And at that pace, even though the tables have been reclothed and even though the pockets are playing perhaps a little bit bigger than they normally would, if you catch the near knuckle, there's less chance. And if he'd have missed that by the same margin to the far knuckle, it would have still gone in. If you're going to slightly miss, you need to miss to the far knuckle.
Which way do you think he's going to get onto that red up there, guys? Off which ball?
One of the two balls by the middle, but playing this shot, he's going to be moving him away.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So
that's all he was left with, wasn't it?
It's obviously nowhere near as easy now, but I think one thing he can do now is drop the one and over the pocket with a bit of right-hand side, drift out into the middle of the table, and then leave a natural angle on the one in the middle to drop down past the black and play on a choice in the corner or the middle.
Yeah.
When you're playing these sort of shots, that he wants to the angle he wants to leave on his penultimate red, it's all about leaving a natural angle. So the natural angle, what's meant by the natural angle is that you haven't got to manipulate the cue ball in any way to get to where you want to be with the cue ball. So you haven't got to softly stun it or just dig it a little bit. See where he's pointing the cue there? That would be the natural angle to just drop down past the black, which means all you have to concentrate on doing is potting the red. and the cue ball then naturally goes where it goes. See, that's not the natural angle, and that's my exact point. Now he's left it too straight. So now what he's got to play is like a half little punchy stun shot down past the black, which if you get too high on the cue ball, you hit the black. If you get too low, you're going close to the middle. So
He's played it well.
he's actually played a great shot. Fantastic shot. Fantastic shot.
Don't look just off straight from here on there as well.
He was, yeah. We were sitting right behind it, and he just had a little bit of angle, and he's punched down to there. Now, had that have been a natural, and he'd have drifted down to there, then it had still been a good shot. Given where he finished, that was a fantastic shot, and by far the best positional shot, or the best shot of the match. Good finish. And I've done quite a lot of coaching, Carl, in the past, and I do offer still some coaching days now through Home Leisure Direct. And one thing I always do teach on the coaching days is natural angles, because it's one of the most important parts of your patterns. And here's the replay of the shot. So he's played it like a little punch, and as you can see, the cue ball just delayed and then just sort of drifted down past the black, and that was a lot tougher shot than it looked. So yeah, teaching natural angles is one of the things which I do work on with people, because if you know naturally where the cue ball's going and you haven't landed in the natural place, so like for example there, Rob tried to leave it where he left a natural angle. Obviously he under-hit it, so he left himself where he had to play a horrible little shot. But if you know that that's not the natural angle, and you know that you've got to manipulate the cue ball to get it to where you want to be, then you can obviously do some. Obviously executing the shot is a different matter, but if you know in your mind that you're in the wrong place and you've got to play a little punch or you've got to play a little screw, then that's half the battle. Fair play to Robbie here. Since going in off that black, it's sort of almost kicked him into gear a little bit. He looks a little bit more sort of angry. He's got a little bit more authority walking around the table, and to be honest, since he's missed that black, he's looked a much better player, which is unusual. When somebody makes a mistake like that, it can have the reverse effect, and it can affect you for a little bit. But fair play to him here.
Got quite a bit of work to do here. Oh.
Played a good shot there, Rob. He's landed absolutely perfect. He's got just enough angle to be able to screw over to land on the side rail, and obviously being right-handed, that makes a difference. He can, depending on what angle he leaves, he can either screw back directly or just punch it off the side cushion. So as long as he pots this, I think he'll get the white to the side rail. That's perfect. I think he can just screw this back and anywhere past the middle pocket really, and he's never going to miss the black. Six-two, and he started to run away with it a little bit now. Let's give you a bit of an update on the other matches. K Hampson 4-all Rich Wharton. S Jones, T Haplin is showing 0-0. I can only presume that they haven't updated their app because I think they did start a while ago. Gary Clark 2-all with Aaron Davies. Pete Wright 0-0 Matt Lawrenson. The other few matches, Ryan Davies, B Tanner, Jay Singh and Jordan Shepherd, I can only presume they haven't updated their app either, as they're all showing 0-0. Neil Davey 8-7 up against Jez Graham. And the other matches that are going on are all showing 0-0. So unfortunately, unless the players update their app, then you're not going to see the live scores.
I think he's just a little straight on this one up the rail. He's going to have to punch it a bit to get back down the table.
This is the first go he's had at a finish for 3 or 4 frames as well, so he's under it for that reason alone. It's a good pot.
Yeah, like I said, he just had to punch it further down, put it plate at a bit of pace. Left himself way too short on, way too straight on that. Well, he's played a good shot, get back into position. Just don't know if he can play this middle, the one in the middle of the table, and hold for the yellow that's by the black. Don't think he can, no. Got a bit of working out to do now because I don't think he's got an angle on the middle to run up. Oh, no, takes the middle. Just don't know what. I think he's going to play this corner back to the middle and screw them.
What about just playing the one that's on the blue spot now, Carl? Plays the one that's on the blue spot now. He's pretty straight on it. He can just screw the white over 3 or 4 inches to the right-hand side. Then take this one, then the one in the middle last, and you're straight on the black. He's okay. He's okay. He's perfect angle on this. He can just run through. So 6 frames to 3. Important frame, that one, for Sean. If anyone has any questions and they'd like to write in and ask myself or either Carl on the live chat, then please ask away. Just talking about people's breaks, and I know I was going on about Liam's break and how good it was in the last match, and how he drove down through the slate and kept the power transferring down through the balls. The way Rob Warren broke there was the complete contrast to that. If you watch, when he hit the cue ball, his cue flirted up towards the ceiling, basically. So what that means is, rather than the power being transferred through the cue ball and into the pack, he's effectively probably lost, I don't know, 20 or 30% of the power that's effectively gone up in the air, basically. Maybe get a replay of his break on the next time he breaks and see if he does the same again. But basically, the tip of his cue ended up pointing up towards the ceiling, which basically just means the power gets lost.
I didn't do a lot of physics at school, but the fact that you're already cueing from above the middle of the object ball anyway off the rail would show that you're supposed to be hitting down on the ball anyway and not shooting up.
Yeah, and it is a harder technique than people think, because when you're trying to generate so much power, the cue naturally wants to go upwards, and keeping it down is the hard part. You know, it's like. And when I was talking about the way that Liam breaks when he drives down through the bed of the table and his cue almost finishes almost close to what would be the blue spot on a snooker table, you know, the yellow there that's in the middle of the table, it's almost right in the middle. Liam's cue would finish somewhere near that point, which tells you that he drives right the way through the cue ball and transfers all the power straight through the cue ball and ultimately into the pack. But when your cue tip ends up facing the ceiling, it tells you that you've lost a certain percentage of power that's basically just transferred up into the air rather than through the cue ball.
Just needs to make this middle bag now. Should be in prime position for the one in the middle of the table.
So Daniel Bench has asked, where are you based? The club is based in Newcastle-under-Lyme, which is just outside Stoke-on-Trent. That's where we're bringing you this tournament from today. I don't know if you meant regarding coaching there, Daniel, when I was talking about coaching. If coaching is something you're interested in, if you go to the Home Leisure website, I offer 2 different packages that can only be booked exclusively through them, so you can take a look at those. And then Wally31, who would win you or Selby at 8 ball? I think I would win, but no. Mark is obviously he's my brother-in-law, but he's also one of my best friends, and he is a fantastic 8 ball player as well as a snooker player. He started off playing 8 ball before he played snooker, hence why he's so good at it, and hence why he knows the patterns, and hence why he's won a world title. He won the World Pool Championships in 2006. I actually beat him in the quarterfinals in 2007, which was televised on Sky. I think there is a replay of that somewhere on YouTube. But he is a fantastic 8-ball player, and I've practiced with him at English 8-ball, and I've practiced with him at Chinese 8-ball. And he is an amazing 8-ball player, and he knows the patterns. Obviously, he's not going to miss many balls, but as we've spoke about before, it's not only about potting the balls, it's about knowing the patterns. It doesn't matter how good you pot the balls. If you take the balls in the wrong order, then eventually you will miss. And because Mark started off playing 8-ball, he knows the patterns, he knows the tactics. And he is one of the best 8-ball players that I've ever seen.
However, neither of you play 8-ball pool anymore, English 8-ball anyway, do you?
No, we don't, no. Obviously, Mark's doing what he's doing at the snooker, and I'm out in China. So, neither of us play any English 8-ball anymore. And I've known him for a long time, not only with the family connection now, but as a friend. He used to play county pool for Leicester back in the day, along with Tom Ford, and there's a few of the other snooker players. So Mark sort of grew up with an English 8-ball background, and I do think that does translate into his snooker game sometimes. And if you watch it closely, he is one of the only players that when he's playing cannons and when he's playing clever little flicks in and around the pack on a snooker table, I do think some of his 8-ball brain does come into play there, because if you watch some of the other snooker players, they do just clatter into the pack a little bit sort of carefree and hope they land on a ball. Where when you watch Mark play the cannons, and Ding's similar, they try and work out what's going to happen, and I do think some of that comes from Mark's 8-ball experience and knowledge, especially when he plays plants and stuff. I know the commentators go on about it a lot. Every time Mark plays a plant, they mention his 8-ball background. But it's no fluke that he's so good at those clever little cannons and nudges and plants, and I do think that has come from all the years of playing 8-ball.
Did Mark Selby play on the tours and that with you?
No, he never played on the tour. He used to just play in the World Championships. I'm not sure how many World Championships he played in. I think he probably, at a guess, played in maybe 4. I remember Appleton beating him once in one of them, I think, which was in the last 16. 2006, he won it where he beat Appleton in the final. 2007, I beat him in the quarterfinals. That was the year I beat Mick Hill in the final. And I think there was another year he played. So there's 3 that I'm 100% sure of, and I think there might have been another one. So he's played in it around 4 times. Okay, so Daniel has put he wants to play in the next event and was wondering where it's played. So Daniel, the next event is played here at the same venue. If you go to our Facebook page, Players Pool Club, I'll maybe get the link to our Facebook page posted on the link here, so you can see that the next event is the 21st to the 23rd of August, and that is going to be the biggest English 8-ball event there is anywhere at the minute, never mind just a club event. It's double the prize fund of the World Championship, so it's £10,000 English to the winner, played to a 64-man field, double elimination, race to 11s, race to 8s, and it's £350 to enter, play to black ball rules. I'm just going to get the link to our Facebook page posted on here, so you can go directly to that, and then contact Lee Kendall, and a deposit is required if you're serious about entering the tournament. Okay, so as you can see there, Paul at Beard there's kindly put on that you can search for players' pool events on Facebook. If you put that, follow our page, all the details you need are on there.
That's a good question by Steve Dole.
Yeah, so Steve said, if you could design a brake cue, would it be light or would it be completely different? So basically what you're saying is, would it be light or would it be heavy? Yeah, it is a good question, because for English 8-ball, the cue that I used, I never personally used a brake cue, and the reason I never used a brake cue was I always liked, I spoke before about you get a feel for the brake, and I mentioned about Liam. I know I keep going back to Liam, but the reason I do is because he's got such a good brake, and he brakes with his own cue, and I always broke with my own cue. And the reason for that is I think that you get a feel for the brake during a match, and that's why I said that Liam's brake would improve as the match went on, because you get a feel for the cue ball, you get a feel for what's happening, and your timing just improves basically.
Which your timing's the main thing about it, really, isn't it?
Yeah, your timing is what generates the power. So I personally preferred the feel of my own cue from the brake, and that's why I always used it. So I personally, at English 8-ball, don't think that using a brake cue was right for me. I understand that some people use, really thin cues, and some people play with sort of as low as 7mm tips, which again I don't think is right. But in order to have a 7mm tip means you obviously have to have a thin shaft. So there's danger of causing damage to your cue. So I get the reason why some people use brake cues, and I think it's more for the reason of worried about damaging your playing cue when you're playing with such a thin cue and a thin shaft. But the average size for an English 8-ball cue is, I suppose, around 8 to 8.5mm, is what most players play with. Certainly not many would play with much bigger than 9. So my advice and what I used to do was I used to brake with my cue, but my cue was sort of strong enough and to be able to do that. His question was, if I was to design a cue, then what I would design would be a replica of the cue that I was used to, because then that would be the closest to the feel of my cue. I don't think you need a cue that's 25 ounces that's like a big sledgehammer, because the balls are small. And I also don't think breaking with a cue that's ultra light is right either. So I think something around the average sort of weight, which a normal cue is probably right, and something that's close to the feel of your own cue would be my advice.
I bought a brake cue just for pretty much save my playing cue. I use a 10mm tip on mine, but I was going through tips every couple of months, slamming the brake for it, but I just couldn't feel the cue right. I just couldn't brake with it. I had it for a couple of months, got rid of it, and now I'm back braking with my own cue again.
Which is exactly the point that I just said, isn't it? That a brake cue feels completely alien to you, and it's important to have the feel of your own cue. And that's the reason what you're saying is the only reason you had a brake cue was because you were worried about damaging your own cue for whatever reason. Everybody's different. Everybody does things in different ways, and my opinion on it is that that's what I would do with a brake cue. So I hope that answered your question, Dorsey. So Jamie, guys, do you prefer Chinese 8-ball or English 8-ball? I prefer Chinese 8-ball, and that's not just because I've been successful at it, but I just prefer the whole setup of the game. I prefer everything. I prefer the rules. I prefer the equipment, and that's where it's all happening at the minute. So that's where I'm dedicated now, and that's where I see my future. Whether that changes, I'm not sure, but for now, that's where I see it, and that's where I see it all happening. And there's huge amounts of money that are being injected into Chinese 8-ball. There's two tournaments next year. So the Joy Masters, which I just won in January next year, has gone to $150,000 to the winner with a $300,000 prize fund. And then there's a star event, which I'm sure you're all aware of, which is in March, so a few months later, which has now gone to $200,000 to the winner. There's some bonuses for winning any of the Joy events. They're using one of my cue range, and there's an extra, what could be at the end of the season, an extra £50,000 English for using one of the cues in my cue range. So that's where the money is, and that's what the players follow, because the titles are great. And let's be honest, we all love winning titles, and people sit out there and say it's all about the tournament's all about the trophies. I'm a realist. I'm not having that. It's about the money. The money's what pays the bills, and if the money wasn't in China, then I wouldn't go and nobody else would go. So that's the answer to that, and that's me being honest about that, Jamie. So Mark Davis has asked, did Ben Davis win this morning? Yes, he won 11-9 against Mike King, pal. So that's Ben on 2 wins out of 2. So 3rd round of the winner's side.
I think Rob's in a bit of trouble here. I'm not sure if the black passes at the top anyway, but Sean's visit to the table anyway. I think he just looked around at playing the plant, but a lot can go wrong, especially if he hits a rail facing. He's played it. Well, he got lucky, but that'll draw a head shake from whacking that up.
It didn't only draw an head shake, it drew like a little head punch, like Tony Drago style.
Wonder if we can get the camera on Rob's face. No. I love seeing it.
I'd prefer it on his face than his shoes. But no, if any of you don't know what I mean by Tony Drago style, it's one of the funniest Q Sport videos that I've ever seen. I suggest you search it on YouTube. Tony Drago's playing against Alan McManus. And well, I won't spoil it for you, but search that video. Roy Kirkham asked me if I'm interested in money matches, guys, if you were called out by a big name. Roy, I don't know if you saw recently, but I put a challenge out there saying that I would play anybody in the world at either 8, 9 or 10 ball on a Joy Chinese 8-ball table for a minimum of £100,000 a person. And that was directed at other terms and conditions could be discussed, but the main terms of it was that I would play anybody in the world at 8, 9 or 10 ball on a Chinese 8 ball table for a minimum of £100,000. So that offer's been out there for probably about 8 months now.
I think after that shot that Sean played in the last frame, I think that's exactly what he wanted with Rob going in off as well. I think Rob needs to take a step away and his head's here a bit. There's Sean coming back at him. I think he's shaking his head a bit. He's looking around the room, not really focused on. He's just getting a bit, as he does.
Yeah, and to be honest, I didn't really see this coming either, Carl, because the start of the match, Sean looked a little bit out of sorts, and his patterns weren't great, which is one of the first things I look for, especially with not seeing him play before. And Rob, for me, looked like he was going to sort of run out, 11-3, 11-4 type scoreline, and I didn't really see this coming. And the match has sort of flipped on its head a little bit here, and he's now got ball in hand on these Reds to go 6 each.
Or in these kind of situations when people are coming back at it, you kind of got to show what you're about, really, and not just get angry and let your emotions get the better of you. And I'm one of the worst ones to say that, because I've bashed my cue around a few times. It's flew from table 5 to table 1 a few times before.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I know it affects me. Yeah.
But to be honest, Carl, I think that's the type of character you are, and that's the way you show your emotion, not only on a pool table, but probably in everything. That's not just something that you do on a pool table where you get angry. That's probably the way you are in a lot of other things in your life, and I think it's important that if that's the way you are as a person, I understand that you have to try and control it, especially when you're playing something as a profession for your living, but I think it's important to just be natural, and if that's the way you express. I'm not saying it's the right way to javel your cue across the room so it hits somebody by table 1, but I think it's important that you try and control those feelings. But I think it's also important that you express them. I remember somebody like Appleton, who has obviously been massively successful, but he's always had certainly in the English 8-ball days, he always had a pretty bad temperament. He used to rap the table, but that was his way of dealing with it. He'd do it, it'd be out of his system, and then he'd go on to run the next 4 or 5 racks. So that was his way of dealing with it. Now, would it have been right for him to just sit there stone-faced when inside he's boiling? Probably not, because he used to release it out and then carry on. And if that's how you are as a person, then that's your release of doing it, I think. Everybody's different. And I think that sort of takes us into, like Wally here has asked a question on the live chat, how do you control your mind when you miss an easy shot? That probably takes us nicely into that question. And the answer to that is, to be honest, it's not easy. And what you have to do, which is so much easier said than done, is you have to forget about it, because you can't change it. If you miss a ball, you can't go back and take it again.
I think you have to just keep time. It's experience. I think you've in pool, you've obviously been there 1,000 times before. So if it happens now, you kind of learn how to deal with things and deal. If you play enough pool and you make enough mistakes, you should be learning from the way you react. And does it have a bad effect on that match? If it does, you don't kind of do that again.
Yeah, and that's what I said about Rob. So if you were watching earlier, Wally, earlier in the match, Rob one played a bad positional shot to get on the black. He cut it in, flicked off the red, and the cue ball dropped in the corner. And then the next 3 or 4 frames, he went berserk and didn't miss a ball. No, he didn't let it affect him. He put it behind him and carried on. And that's what you have to do. And I know that's easier said than done. And it's one of those things which is, you can't really teach somebody. You just have to. I think that's something that's maybe built in you, that you have that ability to be able to forget about it, or you don't.
Maybe 5 years ago, I think he'd affected him a lot more. But like I said, I think with him playing a lot more over the years and getting more experience, he knows not to let it affect him.
And Sean played a good shot there on his last ball. He come and just like the off angle, so he ended up sort of playing like a punchy top spin off the top rail with left hand side and ended up landing dead straight on the black. All of a sudden, what's gone from what I thought was going to be a bit of a steamroll is now 6-all. And what went from an awful rack, which he obviously racked up himself, and an awful break, one has somehow flicked the pack and gone in, and the reds now look pretty easy. Or the yellows.
Either or, yeah.
Maybe the yellows, actually.
Straight away off the rail, I thought naturally straight away yellows for me. But either that, he could mainly just because the red on the top, but you know he's still got. He could get up there and take the red out of the top on his third shot, but I think it's yellows for me. Whether the ability to take me through to clean the frame, well, that's a completely different story. But
Mark Davis asks, I guess I know you're close to Salby. Does he play much 8-ball, and if so, Chinese 8-ball, and if so, can he compete with you? He plays a little bit. I've practiced a little bit with him, and like I said before, he's really good. Obviously, he's going to be good at any cue sport he plays. But as I said before, also he started off playing 8-ball, so he knows the patterns. He knows all of the shots. He's played Chinese 8-ball before. He played in the Star event. He lost in the final. So yeah, he's very good, and he can compete with anybody. Ash asked, he's planning on buying a cue. Is there a noticeable difference between a £300 cue and a £600 one? Yeah, I think with cues, you sort of do get what you pay for. Yeah, and George, one of the owners of Beard, Ash, he thinks one of the main differences between a £300 cue and a £600 one is about 300 quid. But no, you do get what you pay for, and everything regarding cues now, the prices have gone up. The price of wood, the price of the ash, the maple, the ebony, you know, everything's gone up. So I don't necessarily think that, you know, you have to go out and buy a £600 one, but I certainly think there's a big difference between, let's say, a JJB special for 40 quid and a hand splice one. And definitely the hit off the cue ball was very different because all of the quality of the materials is different. So we'll just get back to the game, and from what, like I said, looked like for me, Rob was going to steamroll this match. He's now 7-6 down, and he's taking a toilet break. Maybe. Okay, so would they have to toilet stop? And I thought that red was going to drop with the nap. He started it off to the left knuckle, and that stayed absolutely dead straight. And this is a big frame for me for Rob, because the way that the way that the match has gone, and the way that his head looks at the minute, to be 8-6 down from how he looked at the start of the match, I think he'll be devastated. So I think it's important that he wins this frame.
Yeah, Rob's had 2 in-offs, and he's Sean's broke off well twice and had 2-8s, I think. It isn't all going for Rob at the moment, but again, like I said earlier, it's all about, it just shows, you need to show what you're about really when somebody comes back at you and it all isn't going your way. I think he'll just hang the bag down here. He hasn't got, there's no value in it, in potting the ball here. Unless he could have actually flicked it off the red. Can't remember exactly where the yellow was. Pot it off the red, but there wasn't really a lot of value up there really.
Okay, so we're just going to leave the action here for a few seconds while Lee goes over to do a quick interview with somebody from the, I think it's Rich Wharton, from the first round of the losers side.
Rich, a good win in the second round, or in the first round of the losers. How do you think about it?
It was a bad match, I think. I don't think he's played particularly well. I don't think I've played particularly well. Neither one of us just took control. I'd love to stand there and go, that was amazing, look, you know, but neither one of us have played well there.
In fairness to yourself, you're slightly handicapped because you damaged your cue in the week, so you're using your cue.
I'm using somebody else's cue. Can't do anything with it. I can roll balls in. I can stun balls, and I can't play any side. So I'm even more one-dimensional than I normally am.
So you rolled your way through into the next round. Best of luck, and see how you do in the tournament.
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
I was about to go, you calling me.
Yeah.
I think it Rob's in the best position to, out of the two, I think Rob can gain control of this frame. He just plays a couple of right shots here and not leaving. Like there, I was thinking of the position of White, and if you can try get hold of this bag down here, he'll probably go if he gets a sniff.
I think he's left him a bit of a shot here. The yellow that's on the right side cushion, maybe he can screw off that and screw back and maybe try and cover the pocket with a white. And the yellow he's hitting may develop. He needs to be careful because he may leave him on the red over to the left corner, but if he doesn't and he can develop his bad ball with the yellow he's hitting, I quite like that as an attacking shot. Like that. I like that shot.
But just a shot for later on if Rob sees it. He's left a big bag for the double, the one in the middle at the top.
Yeah,
well, it doesn't need
he
it now.
did before. If this drops in, he's in all sorts of trouble. Oh, he's in bits now. It's like he played a bad shot there and then was that angry, he instantly just got down without even looking. And I presume, and if we can just get a shot of the yellow next to the black to see if the yellow next to the black pots in the left corner. He definitely pots in the middle. It definitely pots in the middle and maybe not, maybe it doesn't pot in the corner.
He's just looking at bringing the shell out now, yeah.
Or playing it or doubling it down to the pocket.
Flicks that red.
Flicks that red and covers them both. Oh, he's got Rob in trouble, has he?
No, I think Rob can just play the plant. I think he might be able to play thick enough, or he could actually play it off the middle red.
He's on it. As you saw just from that camera angle, he's on it. Can he get the cue ball out? He doesn't like it.
I think if he can, I don't know if the natural angle can run into the middle of the three.
No, I think the natural angle's not hitting the middle of the three. I think he's more likely hitting the front one. If he plays it a running side, he can maybe get your shot, but yeah, he's played that well. He can just drop this in now and pot them both into the same right middle. This is one of them where he has left a natural angle, so he hasn't got to worry about sort of playing one of those little punchy stuns like he played before. He can just drop it in and he'll naturally drop on the black. Good shot.
I think he needed that, Rob, didn't he?
I think he's got away with on there, and Sean sort of glanced up over to me there when he played the full length double, and where he left it, where he was able to play the shot you said and plant the red into the rail and play it off the back of the yellow. I think he felt that he was unlucky to leave that shot, and I probably agree with him.
Yeah. Did he need to play the double up though? I thought if he could still keep control.
Yeah, I think what happened was he just got the double a little bit too thin, and it just caught the red on the way down. If he plays it a little bit thinner and makes sure that the yellow hits the side rail first, then he doesn't touch any of the balls. But yeah, I think he's maybe a little bit unlucky the way he left it. can see there. That's a great camera angle. You can see that was. I spoke, Carl, in the previous matches that I commentated on. When they break from the centre and hit the break with a hard stun, they've been making a yellow directly into the left centre, and that was exactly what happened again there. That's 3 players now that have used that break. In the last match, Liam and Carl both broke from either side, so that wasn't really that apparent, and they were both breaking harder. But that there was a hard stun, and 3 different players now have broke with that hard stun from the centre, and all of them have been making the ball into the left centre, which is something I'd never seen before on the English table, where with that much consistency a ball was kept going to the same place. You see, that's a really good camera angle. You can see all the other matches in progress. I'll just try to bring you some scores on the other tables, the ones that have updated, that is. So Gav Lomax, he hasn't updated his, and the next match, B. Tanner against Shane Thompson, they either haven't updated theirs or they've only just gone on. So Gary Clark is 6-4 down to Aaron Davis. I'll just tell you the ones that I've updated, so there's no point in me running through them all. Zach Shepherd is 8-3 up against Jay Singh. D. Kobe 2-1 up against CD. Michael Hope is 9-7 down against Harjit Singh. Craig Lakin is 7-4 down against Neil Bell. And the others are all 0-0, haven't been updated. You know, that was one of those doubles where, had he aimed it in the place he did and stunned it, he would have got the double. But because he sort of rolled it with the new cloth, it slid wide, and that's why he hit the far knuckle. I was just going to say, do you fancy Rob to take these out just as he's played a bit of a loose positional shot? Not an easy finish, is it?
No. Going back to Sean's finish,
Yes.
where he only played the double just, I don't think he needed to, because I think he could have just floated the one in just below the black into the corner. He still had that one he doubled into the other corner, but really, yeah, like you said, if he'd have actually punched it in the double, he'd have gone anyway.
But I think Rob missed a trick there, Cole, because the first shot he's just played, yeah, he's cannoned into the yellow, and yeah, it's gone on the rail. I think he should have cannoned into the other yellow and left the white where the yellow and the white that are together now. If he'd have punched into that one and left the white where that yellow is, he can then play the other yellow off the red into this right corner, which then frees the one down the rail. It's the perfect angle to play the yellow off the red. I'm sitting right behind it. And that's not good. He's left him on this one over the hole. Yeah, I think Rob missed a trick there. I think if he'd have played the shot I said, he could have played the yellow off the red, moved it away, and then the one down the rail goes, and I think he clears. This might be a nice little flick.
Yeah. I think he's perfect.
But can he just leave the white where the red is, and
Yeah.
then does the red pass, do you think, into this? Well, actually, I'm sitting right behind it, and it does. I can tell you it does pass. There you go. It's a perfect camera angle to see that it does pass.
But we'll be coming back for the black in the same bag.
Yeah, the black doesn't, I don't think. So he needs to either play on the black in the left corner, which I think does go. I think it does pass the yellow in the left corner. The red is quite tight, but he's got 3/4 of a pocket on it with a red.
I think
You might have
he's
to
hit
hold
the yellow.
Yeah, hold the cue ball on the yellow on the cushion.
If he can play it dead weight and hit, he's going to hit the bottom end of the yellow, I think. So he's going to leave him a snip into the corner bag, or even back into the middle bag.
I know. And that's the reason why he didn't take it in the corner, because it wasn't nice. But I think he could have played the screw shot onto the yellow.
I think he got. I don't think that was the shot at all.
He's left him perfect here to do. Why so hard? Oh wow. Wow, why has he played into it so hard?
He's laughing and smiling, but you just know inside he wants to wrap his cue around the table leg.
Or do another Drago.
He's played it that bad. I think his missus even give him a dirty look as well. She doesn't play the game.
I can tell you that Aaron Davis has just beaten Gary Clark in the first round of the loser side.
Just looking at the way he was cueing, he's got a more dominant eye, hasn't he? Bit like you cue over one side of your
Yeah,
your
very
chin.
slightly, and a lot of people do that. You know, even sometimes, you know, Ronnie is slightly, but Aaron, I've never seen anybody as dominant as that. I mean, the cue is like underneath his ear. It's that dominant. I've never seen anything like it, to be honest. And he's got a oh dear. Wow, that's unbelievable miss. He just cued. I don't know if he cued right across it or he just hit it. He just hit it where he aimed, which was. I might have seen a replay of that one actually, but. Can he drop the snooker? No.
Now going back to the dominant eye, I used to cue in the middle of my chin. And then it was only when somebody was talking about it, I actually realised over time I've actually gone to the left-hand side of my chin.
Yeah.
And I didn't actually notice, so I wonder why that is. And then I've started try and cue on my chin against centre chin, and it's just not working. I don't know whether it's my body position has changed as well as me eye. I don't know, but as I get down naturally, and that's our cue. I just let it roll.
Yeah, I think that's the way, especially English 8-ball. I think you can
A lot more forgiving.
Yeah, you can. You don't have to worry so much, especially about. Oh dear, Rob's just gone missing for a frame here.
We haven't really seen him for a couple of frames, to be honest, have we?
No, he was lucky to get away with the last one, and I was just about to say the fact that I thought he was going to get away with this one. But I don't know if Sean can play the snooker or not. I don't know if the cue ball's far enough over to allow him to play the snooker and get all the balls in a line.
See,
I think he can. I think he can. I think he can just hit it full ball, maybe with a tracer left-hand side on the cue ball, and just get him in a line. That's unbelievable. What the hell's going on? Oh, Rob has effectively... He's got almost a free go at this, has he? What? If he could play the red into the black, then he could have played the snooker slowly. I think if Rob has a go at it and misses it, he leaves the cue ball somewhere near the left centre, and yeah, Sean can play the double, I suppose.
See him. Oh, he's got away with it, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got away. He's got away with it, but I think he can hit the red. And
at least get the white towards the bottom left corner bag.
Not sure he can hit that much of the side of the red to get that there, but I think he's maybe hitting it full ball. And if he can only hit it full ball, then he needs to play it hard to push the cue ball through to leave distance.
I think he could get it where he was just holding his cue, then just left at the centre of the rail, the bottom rail. But yeah, like you said, he's got to really push it through.
See, I'm not sure he can get to. I'm not sure he can get to even the centre of hitting the red. I think he's going to hit the right-hand side of the red.
Yeah, I think you're right there, weren't you? There wasn't much leeway in that, was it? But I think he's blocked the double, hasn't he?
I think so. Well, he's blocked the double into the centre. He hasn't blocked it into the corner, and he can maybe play the double into the corner and get with the tracer right-hand side and get the cue ball on the top rail. And now this is like turned into a game of killer.
Billiards, how many points has he clocked up here?
So I think the natural angle is going to be 3 rails, and I think he can drop onto the black, unless he just drops a double in.
I thought he'd played a double. He's tried to play a double quite a few times, hasn't he, this match? But I think
You fancy him, Cole? You fancy him to get this?
No.
Pound?
I'll have a pound on it, yeah.
Okay. Pound it is. No IOUs.
Let me just dig deep.
So Jordan has wrote in, do I think that the skill shot is flawed? For example, if your opponent's ball is over the pocket, you can use it as a blocker for the white. So ironically, it takes less skill. So yeah, I spoke about this yesterday, and I don't want to sort of keep going over the same things. I appreciate there's different viewers on. So I think that you have to have the skill shot in a set of rules personally, because it makes for quicker frames. It stops the frames being bogged down. Now, do I think a skill shot is a skill shot that isn't called? Then no. I think if you pot your ball and the white flies all around the table and you accidentally pot one of your opponent's balls, then that's not skill. That's not a skill shot. But I do think you have to have the skill shot rule because of the reason I said, that it speeds the frame up, it stops the frames getting bogged down, and the skill shot rule makes the rules attacking. But I agree with what you're trying to say, that if your opponent's got a ball over the hole and you've got one near it, you can play on the ball with no care, if you like, because if you pot the ball it doesn't really matter. But if you had to call the skill shot, then you would just obviously call it, wouldn't you, and play onto the ball and use it as a buffer. So I think the answer is that I do half agree with your question, that a skill shot sometimes isn't a skill shot, but you have got to have it.
Amazing the difference from the first couple of frames. I always said a few times it did look like it was going to be a whitewash from Rob, but he's come back and there's been a few little mistakes by Rob, in-offs, a couple of 8 balls by Sean, which has just brought it back into the match, really.
Yeah, and I would imagine Rob would have been a heavy favourite at the start of this match with the bookies, and now it's best of 5. It can't be too different than even money, I wouldn't imagine now. So I've just heard Craig Laking get called out, so he must have lost his match in the winner's side.
We're having double quits on this then if it's evens.
Okay.
With me pound back.
Okay, do I need to ask you who you want?
I'm obviously going to go for Rob.
Oh, just because he's a local lad, right?
I chose last time. No, it was your question last time.
It
so
was?
I'll have Rob, yeah.
It was. It was my question, but you answered first.
Go on then, I'll let you have it. You're gonna have Rob then, are you?
Go on then, I suppose, just because that's what you think.
Okay, come on, Sean. think he got a bit lucky kicking that yellow safe. Whacker will know that. Little grumble and shake of the head before. He's going to try getting it back and behind here, I think, but...
No, he's left him on the ball
yeah,
in the
it's the
middle.
middle bag.
Oh, he got lucky. He flicked the black. He's left him on neither of the reds.
I think that was always the danger there, leaving that middle with that shot.
Yeah, I think he's been so lucky not to leave one of those two of the middle. I mean, he snicked the black and covered them both. If he runs past it, he's on his bad one. And if he doesn't, he's on the other one. I just don't think he's perhaps thinking as clearly. He keeps shaking his head. I think we could be in for definitely seeing a Drago special at some point. Ooh. I think that's an example there of basically he's tried to pop that ball with left hand side and he hasn't allowed time for the cue ball to obviously turn over to the left, and when you play with left hand side like that, the cue ball pushes straight first, and hence why he's missed it thick. Ooh. Oh, he's got a ping off the side rail, I think.
They have bounced up a bit on this.
Yeah, we've and one of the differences that the rails are playing so much better now is that we've had all new extra clamps fitted to all of the cushions. So a Supreme table, it comes with standard clamps already fitted, and we've had some extra clamps fitted. John Rowe did us a big favour and came up and fitted, I don't know how many, but I think there was something like an extra 4 or 5 clamps on every single table, which squeezes the rail down to the bed of the table, which, as you can see now, almost makes them play like steel blocks.
Over time, obviously, if you were lifting, if they were undone quite a bit, they'd stretch, wouldn't they, the clamps? So I think if you're having your cloths replaced as often as you do down here, yeah, they will stretch a bit and they never go back to the type. But if you're going to replace them as well, I don't know how much.
Yeah, and it's not so much just replacing the clamps. It's there's only sort of one each side, so it doesn't really grip the rail all the way across. So if there's one in the centre of the rail, for example, it might grip the centre and maybe 2 or 3 inches either side of the centre, but it doesn't grip the rail all the way down, which. There we go. We've got another view of Bobby's, and maybe start calling him Crocodile Dundee. Look at them bad boys.
Excellent, them shoes.
Did it reach the rail? Foul.
So how many clamps would you have on one rail?
Now we've got the extra ones fitted. I think there might be 2.
2 across the top.
Yeah, which pinch it, which covers it, all the way across. Which means
hence
that
the heavier pins.
Yeah, hence why the ball sort of, because what you find happen, especially with new cushions when the rubbers are a little bit softer, is sometimes you hear like a thudding sound and the cue ball almost just dies of death when it hits the cushion. And there's nothing worse to play on when the table acts like that. And
or it can actually go under the cushion and bounce off. Does it get pinched under the rail in the bed of the cloth, bed of the slate?
And I think when the rubbers are soft, it sort of hits underneath, and you hear like a horrible dull thud. Where when you've got 2 clamps pinching the rails down all the way across, effectively it's just pulling the whole of the side of the table firmly down to the bed, and it does have a similar effect to playing on steel block cushions, which you would have on a top professional snooker table or on some of the Chinese 8-ball tables. They're all fitted with steel blocks.
Why do you think it's only just happened now, though? Because they've been using Supreme, or have they been extra clamping tables for?
No, they haven't, and it's not something which comes as standard, or factory fitted by a Supreme. It's just something which people have done and worked out that that's what helps, and that's what the problem with the rails is. So it's just something that basically somebody that knows what they're doing. And I know John Rowe come and did ours. He's a window fitter, so I think he's pretty handy with that sort of stuff. So he just come in and added some extra clamps, and it has made a big difference. Maybe it's something that Supreme should look at doing, because it would definitely improve the quality of the playing of the table.
Consistency as well, isn't it? So it doesn't matter where you're hitting.
Rob once made a mess of these now with 2 shots. If he's not on this one over the hole, he's made an absolute mess of them. Because even if he isn't, so what's he done? And then how does he get to the black? If he has to put the one over the middle, how does he get to the black? Yeah, so this was my point. I think I always knew he could pop the one in the middle, but believing he was always going to leave himself this side or the other. How does he get to the black? I think he's been lucky. He's on the double.
Sure.
He's on the double. And I think he would have took that given where he was 3 shots ago. No, the slide of the new rails. And I told you, near knuckle. Anything slightly near knuckle misses. If that had missed by the same margin to the far knuckle, it would have gone in. You surprised he's not taking the one over the middle and screwing down and clipping the one off the other rail, yeah?
I'd just drop onto it and play it up the rail, because you got the middle bag, the one in the middle on the top end of the table. Well, yeah, it'd probably give him the chance to actually can it off with him having that ball there anyway.
Yeah, I think you have to play it. I know that you're never going to miss it down the rail, but I don't think you ever need to play it, because in this you're guaranteed to be on a ball and you're guaranteed to push it over the pocket. I think you have to play it.
He could do it now. Maybe I looked at just doing it now instead of earlier on, but slightly awkward now. Now he's going to have to take the one over the bag now and come back.
Yeah, screw back. But if you screw back, you play on the choice of the 2.
No, I didn't. He's got more angle than what I thought.
be honest, I'll be happy to lose my pound if I can see the Drago special.
I'll get the phone out, try and film it. We'll get the camera on there.
So Adrian Calsel has obviously been watching and has seen the shoes that Rob's wearing, and he says he's going to have to get himself some of those. I think they do them in Louboutin, you know, Aid, so get yourself up to Selfridges and get yourself a pair of those.
Knowing Aid, he's been serious. So I think Stafford Market, I think, Aid. You'd be able to get him for 20 quid.
Well, no, Rob got them for 20 quid, so I think they saw him coming. I think they were a fiver to start with. Big frame, 9.8. 9 all 10.8, it's huge, and he's got an easy finish. He just needs to make sure he takes care with it. Obviously, he's got one bad ball on the rail.
Just need to take a bit of care with these once you get around into it.
He's in no man's land there.
I think that was the way he needed to approach it from this side of the table for get on the one on the rail, but he's just played it into nowhere, I think, because I think he needed. I just wondering if the one before went in the one that's actually in the middle of the table, in between the two yellows. Actually went in the bottom left corner where he's looking towards now.
He's played a good shot there.
Yeah, it does go, yeah.
Yeah, he's played a good shot. Thanks, Twiggy, enjoying the commentary. Andy Moores as well. Good shot there from Rob, perfect.
Didn't get in there enough. I think he just needed to bring it back just shy a bit towards the middle bag, a bit lower than middle bag. It was just like he stunned it towards the red. He's always going to leave an angle on that route. And that was just a bit careless. That.
Yeah, it was a good finish up until then, and he was perfect on his second to last ball.
Talking to the Javelin.
He's talking. I think the cameraman's ready to capture the Drago moment. You can feel it coming. Look. There. Oh, he may have left him this.
Swerve. A little bit of a swerve.
Oh, he's definitely left him the little swerve. Yeah, well, even if the white was on the rail, he's left him a swerve because, you know, you can get the cue up in the air and play the shot.
Now.
Yeah, but it's a little bit... I don't think he's got any option because the up and down's not there. The 3 rails is not there. I think he has to play the swerve. If he gets the swerve, he's got a shot at the black. He's playing it. It's one of them where you've got to make sure you get the side on the cue ball, but you can't strike the cue ball too hard because there's got to be time for the side to take. So it's like a little dig, but you've got to hit it softly.
I don't think he needs a lot on it. I think he can actually hit it thin from where the white.
No, I think it's a bit more than you think because you see he's trying to get really high. Maybe we can get another look at the other camera angle, but I do think it's a bit. See, I do think it's a bigger one than you think. I think he can probably hit maybe 3 inches up from the red up the rail, so he's got to get it to take pretty quickly. Decided against it. He wants to push the yellow over, and he's not done a very good job of that.
No, I think I'm going for the swerve there.
Yeah, you've definitely got to play the swerve. I think he was guaranteed to hit the red playing the swerve, even if he hit it on the way back. Good shot there from Sean. Developed both awkward balls in the one shot. He just has to take a little bit of care. I think I put the one over the top left pocket as we look. Take that one away. And if he takes a little bit of care here, he's 10-8. I think this would be a massive shock, to be honest. Like I say, I'm not sure what price this match was at the start, but I've absolutely no doubt that Rob Warren would have been a big favourite.
Especially with not knowing Sean, and if you're just going off the first couple of frames, probably 5 frames. There's no way you'd have expected this, but he was obviously just kidding us and getting into the match. But I think Rob's made a few silly errors.
He's left himself a little bit higher than he wanted to. I was still expecting to pot this yellow, but they are the type of balls that you can get a kick on. See, that's a good camera angle of this ball, look. And you're still expecting to pot it, but if it just skids a little bit, he'll miss it to the near knuckle. And then what happens when you play one bad positional shot? It snowballs a little bit, and now he's out of position again. Still expect him to pot this, but what's gone from an unmissable finish is now he's having to pot a ball that he should never have to pot.
to see one winner now. Really? Just the one winner. And that'll be
That's
me
a big
getting
frame.
one.
Obviously, Rob has to win 3-0 from here now, and the way that he looks to me, his body language and everything says that he's probably not in the best frame of mind. So, and rightly so, he'll be absolutely devastated if he loses this match. Because it hasn't been the best of standards, and they have both made quite a few mistakes, and especially the way he started being 3-0 up. And I think that's all she wrote.
Yeah, these showers are gone. He's looking that way, but I don't think he needs to go that way. I think he can just play clean, the ball over the bag, come back out. He's got the balls, he can come back round and just play. So if he played middle, corner bag, top right corner, play the ball over the bag, he can actually come back out into play to play the straight pot instead of the plant.
Yeah, because the plant's not dead set, is it? The one over the pocket is just slightly offset a little bit, so...
Instead of trying to judge that plant, I think if he just took the ball out from the bag anyway, because probably being a bit more positive if he took the ball from the bag earlier on, but he should still get back on it anyway.
Maybe he thinks he can just play the plant and it'll double kiss in. Oh, he's jumped up in the air off that one. Sometimes that's a prime example of somebody that's a little bit inexperienced, certainly in these big matches, when they get close to the finishing line. He's there, he's just smiling there because I think he knows what a great chance that was. And although these reds are not nice, you know, he'll be gutted that he didn't clear from there. He couldn't ask for a better chance to win the match. But as I say every time I've sat in here, how important the patterns are and how important taking the right balls. And when you watch any of the top players playing, you know what I mean, like the top players in the world, they rarely take the balls in the wrong order, and that's the reason why they consistently get so many finishes. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're a much better potter than the next person. They may have different strengths and, you know, the temperaments and stuff like that, but mainly I think it's just the patterns, and the patterns are something which is hard to teach somebody. It's something which you just have the ability to be able to see. You know, we can set up 10 patterns, and, you know, me and you could maybe choose 7 of them in 7 different ways, and it's hard for me to teach somebody the way to take those patterns. Because yes, I can say, right, I do this, this and this, and yes, somebody might say, okay, I agree with that. But then when you're out there on your own playing a match under pressure, you have to be able to see that for yourself. And I think that's the biggest thing, and that's one of the prime examples there. Carl, as we said, that is an offset plant. I've stood up and had a look at it. If he takes the ball away from the pocket, like you said, they are almost physically impossible to miss, aren't they?
Yeah. He just hasn't looked that far forward, has he? I think it's been more negative that he needs to leave that ball over the bag and play the plant. Whereas if he took the ball away from the bag, and he thinks he's losing the control of the frame, but really he's going for the win. He shouldn't be missing them, I don't think. So he should be a lot more positive than that.
So Harpy said that the commentators are being a bit disrespectful. If you knew Sean, you would not say what you've said about him. He's incredibly experienced and you should talk more respectfully. Nobody's disrespected him. And I think, relatively speaking, in this tournament, we are right in saying that he is inexperienced in comparison to the rest of the players in the field. Well, I'd certainly never heard of him before, so I think I have the right to say that.
And when I said earlier on, it was we didn't know him, so we were going off the first 4 or 5 frames, which made it look like it was potentially going to be a whitewash, which anybody watching would agree.
And then, you know, he came back into the match, and I said all respect. And to be honest, since 3-0 down, he's looked a lot more comfortable. But by saying he's inexperienced is not being disrespectful. He is inexperienced in relation to a lot of the players in this field. That's not being disrespectful to him. That's just saying a fact that he is inexperienced. And matches like this are something that he's going to gain a lot of experience from. And that last finish, I'm sure he'll be the first one to tell you that, you know, maybe he saw the winning line, and, you know, I think he was sitting there smiling in his chair, basically told you everything, that he realised it was a great opportunity that he'd missed. But I just wanted to be clear on that I'm not sitting here, and Carl's not sitting here to be disrespectful to anybody. I'm just saying it the way I see it, and I'm not going to butter something up to be something it's not. So, but anyway, he's now got another chance to, which is even better than the one before now, I think, to clinch this match. And I think this will be a massive win for Sean. Not only in the context of the tournament, that puts him one round ahead in the winner's side, and maybe 2 matches away from qualifying, I think, to the quarterfinals. But a massive win, because Rob Warne was a big favourite in this match, and it'd be a huge scalp for him, and great for his confidence going forward. We've just had a little wrap of the queue there from Rob. Oh, is he on it? Oh, he's just on it.
Didn't seem to cue that well.
No, I think he knew he needed to leave himself an angle to run in and out of bulk, but I think maybe like an inch further back would have been less sweat. But either way, he's perfect on the black, and this is to win. It's a great win. Well done, Sean Story. That's a really good win,
Sean.
And it's a big scalp. Puts him into the next round of the losing. Like I say, I think that puts him within 2 matches of qualifying for the quarterfinals. So I'd just like to say thanks to Carl for joining me in the commentary. I enjoyed it, and
been a pleasure.
Hopefully maybe catch you a bit later on the weekend to do a little bit more.
Well, Sean, that was a good victory against a tough opponent.
Yes, yeah, I'm really pleased to get over the line. I think he was a bit unlucky, a couple of kicks and in off breaks, but from 6-2 behind as well. It was, I'm really
Big
pleased.
turnaround. When you're that far behind, you're chasing, and you just have to stick in there, don't you?
Yeah, the first 3 frames I had chances, and I think just I don't play that much 8-ball, so and obviously not used to the TV table and that sort of thing. It's quite nice to be on there. So missed 3 chances early doors, 3-0 behind. But
So when you say you don't play much 8-ball, what background are you from? Are you snooker background?
snooker and 9-ball really, but there's just not much 9-ball going on in the UK, so I don't have a lot of time to practice. So play 8-ball because there's just local leagues and it just keeps your arm in,
Yeah, and it says in your back Colchester, is that where you live now?
Yeah, I live in Ipswich nearby, but I used to live in Colchester.
So, well, good results against a tough player. Good luck in the next round.
Cheers, thanks Lee, appreciate it.
Okay, everyone, welcome to the next session on the live stream here. We've got Jamie Simmons against Sam Bircher. This is the losers side round 1. So they've reduced the frames down for this. It's best of 15, it was first to 8. The format is the winner's side, race to 11, all the way down to effectively the semi-finals of the winner's side. Loser side, race to 8, all the way down to again the semi-finals, and that'll make the quarter-finals single elimination down to a winner. I just want to welcome in the commentary box with me today. We've got the manager of the Renault Allcroft, Chris Thursfield, who's one of the sponsors of this event, and is going and they are also the title sponsor of the next event that we're going to be running. They work in partnership with us here at Players Advertising. Allcroft is a Renault franchise dealer in Stoke-on-Trent that we're now in partnership with. So welcome, Chris.
Thank you, and welcome to everybody watching. I'd just like to say what a fantastic venue this is for everybody to enjoy playing pool. I think it's absolutely tremendous, and what a great place to come and watch and play.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chris. I know you're a keen pool player yourself, and I know you haven't certainly played at a top level, but you play in local leagues, and we recently held like a corporate event from Holcroft down at our club recently, which you happened to win the tournament.
Yeah, more by luck than judgment, I think, Gareth, but very enjoyable for all the staff to come down and have a night out here and enjoy the venue. It's it really is a great place to come and play for anybody who lives locally. So, but yes. I've never played to any sort of good standard, but really enjoy playing and play whenever I get the chance and opportunity to. But some of the pool I'm seeing here and watching over the past hour or so since I've been here is absolutely tremendous, I think. Real credit to everybody competing. It's a great standard.
Yeah, and what the format, Chris, is that this tournament is basically open to anybody, and it's just excluded the top 10 players from there's 2 individual ranking lists. So in effect, the top 20 players in the world, anybody else this event is open to. So you really have sort of got some of the best players in the world here.
You can see, Gareth. Yeah, it's really is top level, and I think that whoever it is that comes out on top and prevails tomorrow will have fully deserved it, I think.
So you're the manager down at Renault in Stoke here, Chris. So we have some of your adverts obviously running. So maybe just tell us a little bit about the Holcroft Renault and some of the new deals and stuff that you've got on at the minute.
Yes, it's a good time to come and be looking for a vehicle any time now. All the manufacturers have got great offers on, but Holcroft Renault we do commercial, so we've got a van for everybody. We've got good deals on new and used vehicles, Renaults, Dacias. So it really is a good time for you to be looking for a vehicle at the minute. But obviously, anybody who's interested, come down to the dealership, and we'll obviously make sure that you're looked after.
That's great, and we have got some promotional codes that you can use here exclusive from players, that you can get some discounts, and they do run different offers. So if you want to keep an eye out on our website and also on the Allcroft Renault website direct, the offers there changing all the time. Whatever vehicle it is that you're looking for, whether it be a commercial vehicle or a personal one, you can keep an eye out for the offers. Okay, so we'll get back to the pool a little bit. So we've got Sam Bircher, who was the finalist in the last big one of these events we did, that lost to Craig Lakin against Jamie Simmons. And to be honest, I've not really seen much of Jamie play. I don't know if I've ever seen him play before, to be honest. Obviously, I commentated on the last event that we had here, and I commentated on the final. And obviously, I've seen Sam play, and I know he's a huge talent. But I've never really seen Jamie play. So I've got a little bit of a player profile on him here. So he's from Essex. His pool achievements. He's played a lot of money matches. So he's the biggest one he's played. He's played a £6,000 a man money match, which he says he won. He says his dad inspired him to play. Wants to play for England one day. And I'll have to read this one out. My favourite player, probably Gareth Potts, as in the middle of being on it, either in the middle or the corner.
What would you play here, Gareth?
I think he has no choice but to cut this in the middle, and that's what he's playing. There's a good camera angle there, and he's overcut it, you see. So it's a bit of a let-off for Sam. And, you know, remember that the loser side here has only raced to 8, so it's important to get off to a good start, and had he ever potted that 3-0 down, you know, you bang up against it. Okay, so on the live chat there, I've seen that Lee has put in about the rack was tilted during the, and to be honest, I did notice that, especially the last time. So I'll check it on the next time, Lee, and if it is still like that, then I'll maybe just get. Obviously, we have got a referee here. There's a walkabout ref. There isn't a match refs, but there is a tournament referee. So. If I notice that again on the stream next time, I will get the ref to go and check it, because especially the last rack, I did notice that the rack was offset.
Fine margins, I guess, at this level, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fine margins, and what can be the benefit or the non-benefit of having the rack that's just slightly offset? What Lee on the live chat was saying there was the rack was just offset, and you could see from the bottom of the pack that it looked, offset from the middle. Now, I'm not saying he deliberately did it by any means, but if it's offset one way or another, that could mean that somebody is maybe getting a ball going towards the pocket from the break that maybe wouldn't normally happen on a straight rack. So, yeah. I can only presume that this yellow doesn't go in the corner, because I don't understand, if it does, why he would have just left him this. And judging from that camera angle, it maybe looks like it looks tight, obviously, but maybe it looks like it goes. And the rules here, Chris, are that once you get 2 shots, you have to play from where the cue ball lands. This tournament's played to the world rules, so when you get 2 shots, you have to play from where the cue ball lands. But the 2 shots do carry. So getting 2 shots is obviously a huge advantage. So I think that's what he'll definitely be looking at doing here. I think he'll probably just hit this full ball, just like that. And leave a snooker. I don't think he's left a full ball snooker as he would have liked, but the point is, when you get 2 shots at these rules, especially when the balls are in the open, when 2 shots carry at this level, they very, very rarely miss.
Yes, yeah. He certainly left them in good positions to take advantage if he does get his 2 shots now.
That's right,
so.
yeah. And, to be honest, even if he doesn't get his 2 shots, I think he's going to play the swerve shot here. See, this is the world rules. You're allowed to play what's called a deliberate foul. So you're allowed to deliberately foul yes, your opponent gets 2 shots, but you can put the ball. So what he was trying to do there is play deliberate foul, push the yellow over the pocket. Yes, he gives Sam 2 shots, but the clearance is still quite tricky if the yellow's over the pocket. So.
And in these rules, is he allowed to pot his yellow now?
No, so he's not allowed to pot his yellow now. He's allowed to do it, but that would be a foul. You're allowed to deliberately do it, but that would be a foul. So I think what you'll see him do here is pot the one that's in bulk. So he's coming around to have a look now, and then he'll pot the one next, which is near the middle pocket, the one that's close to the cue ball, and then the 2 that are tied up, he'll let the cue ball run into one of those, which disturbs that, probably pushing it down to the back cushion because it then goes past the yellow. So you see there, he's potted the one I said. He'll now drop the one into the middle and just let the cue ball. See, he's just aiming to where he wants the cue ball to hit the reds. Bearing in mind, he's still carrying 2 shots.
Yeah, well, if he gets that right, that's the key, I guess, to finishing this off,
Gets
isn't
that
it?
right, then it's going to be frame over, yeah. There you go, just flick those 2 open. He'll probably drop the one into the left centre now, even though it's a tougher pot than the one into the right centre. He'll drop that one in. Because I think this one goes past. He's having a good look now, but I think it does go past. And don't forget, he is still carrying 2 shots. There's a good camera angle. It does go.
It looks as if it does.
Yeah, especially on these new tables when it plays slippy.
This is the big shot now, I guess, for him, isn't it? If he can get this past, and then he'll be on the one to the bottom.
Yeah, and with the 2 shots, it doesn't matter so much if he pots this. He'd ideally like it to go in, but the one thing that he needs to be careful of is that he doesn't miss it and it sticks behind the yellow, so he can't pot it next shot. So you may find that he doesn't even try and pot it, and he plays it into the top cushion and just bumps the yellow out of the way a little bit. Exactly what I said.
Yeah.
If it goes in front of the yellow, he then can't pot it. If he'd have played the shot I said into the top cushion and just bumped the yellow away, then the 3 balls will sit in the middle of the table. Now he's not going to be able to clear at this visit. He's still going to win the frame, but probably, as long as the guy doesn't, flick the snooker, flick the yellow out of the snooker or something. But I think he missed a bit of a trick there.
Like you say, still in a commanding position, but
yeah,
something to be said for getting it done and getting the frame on the board.
Yeah, and the thing that I've spoke about on commentary a lot the last couple of days is there's a lot of these guys in here, that are very good players and very good potters, and they don't miss too many balls. But a lot of them, or some of them, or what I've watched, that it's what we call the patterns. They take the balls in the wrong order. And if you take the balls in the wrong order and you play shots that are not right, like in my opinion Sam played a wrong shot there, eventually you're going to miss finishes and you're going to miss balls, not because your potting's not good, but just simply because you take them in the wrong order and you can't keep getting the finishes from out of position.
How much, or what do you put that down to? Is that down to the fact that he's chasing and he's obviously pressure's on to get this one? And
yeah, I think the thing with the patterns is that it's something that's really hard to be taught to somebody, because when you're out there yourself, and you have to see the vision yourself, and a lot of that comes from practice and experience, and that's something which some players are better than others, and that's just something that's built in you. The same with somebody playing under pressure. It's hard to teach somebody the way to be good under pressure, because obviously everybody's body's different, everybody reacts different in the pressure situation. I think obviously what Sam was trying to do there was He knows he's 2-0 down. He definitely doesn't want to lose this frame. 3-0 first to 8. He's in a bit of trouble, and he's just trying to be ultra careful, ultra cautious, and make sure that he secures the frame. But you see what he's tried to do there is he's tried to play the red onto the yellow, onto the red. Sorry, the black onto the yellow, onto the red, and leave the yellow over the pocket with him on top of it. You see, yes, he's giving 2 shots away. So what Sam is looking at doing here is he thinks he can squeeze the red inside that gap where he's got his finger there. He thinks he can get the red inside, but anyway, you don't forget he's got 2 shots.
That looks as if it would fall nicely if he can make that, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think he won't play it too hard because he doesn't want the black pinging around the table, so he's not going to like crash into it, but he'll play it at a pace where he either pots the red that's over the hole or they all sort of open nicely. I think he'll definitely clear from here.
Yeah, that looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's opened out perfect. And you see, I think he probably hit that a little bit harder than I thought he would. And the reason for that is the yellow and the black were obviously going to be moving. Now, if that yellow or the black goes in, he loses.
Yeah.
So, but either way, it's finished absolutely perfect. And it's going to be 2-1.
That'll make him feel better, won't it?
Yeah.
Get one on the board and...
Absolutely. That's what it's about. Early on in the match, you want to settle down. And that's what he needed. So we've had a few people mentioning on the stream about the rack. You can't really tell from that angle. Maybe we need to go to the other one. There, yeah, you can see that the rack is clearly offset there. That is definitely offset. It's like the front ball, the red, is sort of aiming maybe 4 inches across the middle of the bulk line.
And what is the advantage there?
Well, I don't think that, as I'm aware of, that there is definitely an advantage or there's a disadvantage, but the rules state that the balls have to be set up absolutely dead straight, in a dead straight line across the bottom of the pack. Now, I'm not saying that, Sam has worked out a break that if he offsets the pack that he makes a ball every time, because he's just broke off there and hasn't made a ball, so that theory's probably out of the window.
Yeah.
And I think he's probably just racking the balls up subconsciously, putting them rack to the side, but I understand people writing in and asking about it.
Just looking how these lie, you would expect Sam to finish these off. Gareth, you think?
Yeah. Oh, he's playing like the Mark Williams snooker shot here. He's playing it under his body, I think. I think given he's playing one of the biggest tournaments of the year, I think he'll be better off getting the rest.
Just looking around here, it's great to see the venue so full, isn't it, with everybody playing and enjoying the game. It's great.
Yeah, like I say, there's 64 of the top players started, and because it's double elimination, I don't think there's many that are actually out yet. I think there will be some that have lost the first 2 matches, unfortunately, but double elimination gives everyone a fair chance, gives everyone 2 chances. So just to give you an update for anybody that's had any bets, if we want to know how your accumulator's going. Gav Lomax is 7-0 up against G. Cahill. Ben Tanner is 8-3 down against Shane Thompson. Zach Shepherd, Michael Hope, it's 1-0 to Michael. Aaron Davies, Jason Bates, 1-0 to Jason. Greg Batten, Ben Mackey have just started. Liam White is 2-0 up against T. Haplin. Brian Alcrow 3-1 up against P. Quick. D. Kobe is 8-6 up against Chris Day. Craig Lakin, as I said, lost his second match there, so he's now on the loser's side. He's 1-0 up against Rich Wharton. And Jake Newlove is 5-1 up against Acing. The others, I can only presume, like I said, have either just started or they haven't been updating their app. If they don't update their app, then you don't see the live scores. If you do want to keep track of it yourself, go to beardproductions.uk. If any of you wanting bets also on it, Jed at the Winning Post is doing all of the odds. He's doing single match odds, accumulators, outright prices, and any other sporting events you'd like a bet on, so contact Jed for that. It's a good view of the rest of the club there. Zach Shepherd is playing on the next table, and as you can see, his score is showing 7-5 against Michael Hope. Yes, has asked, is Arfan still in the winner's side? I believe he is. Yeah, I'll find out as much info as I can on that for you, but I believe he is. If you want to go to beardproductions.uk, there's all the information that you need on there, but I will try and find out that out for you. So for Yasser that's asked the question, no, he's not. Orphan Dad lost 11-9 to Darren McVicker this morning.
Which pocket is he going to go with the black?
I think he'll be going the pocket where the cue ball is now, the bottom right corner, and I think he's finished pretty perfect. The only thing he's got to be careful of is that he doesn't slip up off the red and go near the middle, and I think that's what he's a bit worried about. But because he can't really do anything with the cue ball other than roll this in with the white being so close to the cushion, so there he's managed to avoid it, and he's finished dead straight on the black.
Yeah, it's a good shot.
So it's been a pretty good standard match this actually so far. I think there was the frame where they both made a couple of mistakes, but other than that one frame, we've played 5 frames here that have been pretty much faultless. And
seems clinical.
Yeah, he is, and Sam especially, like I say, he's only young. I'm not sure exactly how old he is. I've got his information here in front of me. I think he's only 20, and he got to the final of the last big event we had here. Sorry about that. When the advert plays there, obviously the sound cuts. Yeah, he lost in the final of the last event we had to Craig Laking. And the thing that I commentated on that final, and I think it was his semi-final as well, and one of the things that impressed me the most about him was he for somebody that's so young, he is really composed around the table. As you can just see here again, I'm going to have to go and have a word about the rack here, because I know people are on about it and are talking about the way that the balls are being racked up. So I will go and make sure that the ref goes and has a word with them about this, because whether there's an advantage or not, I agree with you that obviously the ball should be racked up. And just to touch on the Q view that have posted in saying, obviously the rule should be that the black should be on the spot, and yeah, I agree. I remember when my English 8-ball days, I used to have many of arguments when you'd be racking the balls at yourself, because some players would be racking the ball up, a ball or two, even in some cases like a ball and a half width high. And in that, for me, there is definitely an advantage to be gained by racking the balls up high. So, yeah, he's also put, shouldn't the tables be marked at the bottom of the triangle, basically, like they do in other cue sports? 9-ball, for example, they put little half circles basically around the bottom of the triangle, so you would know that if you can see the marks, basically, and you obviously know the balls would have to be racked higher. So yeah, I agree with that. Having those little marks on the table doesn't affect anything. It's only like marked with a pen, like the spot. So yeah, there's no reason why you couldn't do that on an English table. Maybe that's something for Dragon's Den for you, the Q view. So Steve Petty's just messaged in as well. All right, Steve wants to get a shout out to his old man Brian, that's watching out in Spain with a beer. So hello, Brian. Hope you're enjoying your beer. I won't say what I think about you while I'm sitting here grafting in this commentary box, while you're sitting there probably in about 30 degrees with your beer and your pina colada. But anyway, hello, mate. It's been a long time. Hope you're keeping well.
Has he just run a bit too far there, would you say, or is he playing one of the ones down at the bottom, Gareth, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think he has a little bit. I think he'd like to take the one that's almost on the bulk line. He'd like to get that one out of the way as soon as possible. But I think if he pots that, he's worried about cannoning into the yellow. So if he thinks he can get around the back of it, then I think he'll take it now. If he doesn't, then I think maybe he'll. See, he's looking at it, so I think maybe he does think he can just clip this in, just miss the yellow and with a little bit of left-hand side and spin the white back sort of to somewhere where it is now. Because, in 8-ball, what you want to, do is clear areas. You don't want the cue ball to be travelling. Well, he thought he could screw it in there, and then he's played on the one over the pocket, basically. You want to clear areas because, you don't want the cue ball travelling miles, you don't want it going one end down to the other end, back to the other, because the cue ball, if you worked out at the end of the finish how far the cue ball had travelled, by taking one at one end, one at the other, it's probably travelling 4 or 5 times more than it needs to. And
can hit traffic in the way.
Traffic, yeah. So we'll just see what he does with this last red, and then
looks to have run a little bit short, doesn't he, on this?
Yeah, he's a little bit short, and because of how quick the cushions are playing, he's worried about. See there, he's lost the cue ball. See, and that's the thing, when you fall out of position, it spirals a little bit, and the problem wasn't really potting the red, it was where the cue ball was going, and because he was bridging over it, he couldn't really do anything with the cue ball. So in this situation, especially with 2 shots carry, somebody that obviously, looks as good and as confident as this guy does with 2 shots carry, like 30 seconds, and I think he's going to be racking them up. But just for the guys that have been messaging in regarding the rack, I just went to have a quick word with Lee and the referee and explain to him what's happening with that. So the referee is going to go in and just explain to him. I don't think anybody's purposely doing it, because certainly Sam, the times he's done it, I don't think he's made a ball. So I don't think he's purposely doing it. I think sometimes it can just be something that people do subconsciously without realising. Maybe people have one eye, one dominant eye, and maybe that affects it. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm certain that he's not doing it on purpose. But they're gonna go and check anyway.
He really has finished them off well, hasn't he? And,
yeah, and I had my stop clock out, and that was 30 seconds.
Was it? Yeah.
So, as you can see, obviously they're playing a race to 8, and although to, maybe a pub player or people that don't really play much 8-ball, you may think, oh, race to 8, that's a bit of a long race, but obviously when the standard's as it is, then a race to 8 is a pretty short sprint, really.
Yes, it is, yeah. Like you say, most of these players finish off with one opportunity, don't they? And It's really is shorter format, I guess. There, race to 8, and at this level.
Yeah, and I like the way that Jamie plays because he's quick, but he's not ultra quick where he looks really careless. But when the balls are easy, these guys, we play 8 ball all the time. We play it every day, and you're clearing up time and time again. It's just repetitive. So when they like that, I personally don't think there's a need for taking a minute, 2 minutes a shot, especially when you've got 2 shots with ball in hand with no obstacles in the way. And I like the fact that he just got down and nonchalantly rolled them in, because you have to keep things as real to your practice game as possible. It's no good playing like that in practice and all of a sudden coming to play a match and changing everything and being twice as slow and twice as negative. You have to keep things as close to the way you play in practice.
I guess this is a big one of the big differences within snooker, isn't it? Whereas snooker, you can be sat in your chair for such a long time, whereas with this, you do get the chance again, don't you? I guess.
Yeah, you get the chance, and you get your break, and but many a time you don't necessarily get the chance at the table, because if you have 3 dry breaks, and your opponent makes balls from his 3 breaks, then you could potentially lose 6 frames without having a go other than the break. So that's where the standard's at, and the big thing about it as well is the player's temperament and how they deal with bad things that happen, bad rolls, bad bits of luck, and when they miss a ball themselves. Like, for example, Sam has obviously made a big mistake there in the last frame, and it's quite a big frame because 3 each to 4-2 is quite a big frame, and then straight away there he's going to miss the first ball next shot. Now the argument would be, had he ever not gone in off last frame and it's 3-3, would he have missed that ball now?
Yeah.
And that's the big thing.
It's certainly something that I was asking you about. I remember some weeks ago is how do you control that and your temperament, and how do you soak up the pressure so when you do get your chance, you can take it, and I guess that's the difference, isn't it, between?
Yeah, and that's what I was saying before about how you can teach somebody the technique of how to hold the cue, how to stand. You can teach somebody the basic fundamentals. But when you start getting a little bit deeper, he's played a good shot there actually, just as we're talking about that, he potted a good ball. But yeah, when you get a little bit deeper into like your mind, how you feel, the psychology behind when you miss, how you feel when your opponent starts playing well, all of those things, I think that's something which is hard to teach, because everybody's set up differently, everybody deals with adverse situations differently. So from that side of things, that's something which I think people are just generally better than others, and that's the way it is.
Yeah, that's so true. And there's many sports, isn't there, that that's the difference, isn't it, between good and great players, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's what makes good watching, because you might see somebody that misses, and I see this out in China a lot. It's drilled into them to have really good temperaments. So they might miss, they might walk back to the seat, and you don't know if they're 10-0 up or 10-0 down, whether they just missed the ball or whether they just potted a ball. Where, in contrast to that, you might see someone who was on the TV table the last match, Rob Warren. He misses a ball, he's rapping his cue, he's hitting the table, he's shaking his head, and that's not necessarily the right or wrong way to be. That's his way of expressing his frustration. If he can get that out and forget it and move on, then that's right for him.
Do you think that gives the opponent the advantage to see that they are affected, though?
Yeah, I do, and I think that you feed off that when you see that you've got your opponent sort of down, and you like to sort of keep your foot on his throat, if you like, and you can see he's struggling, and that's the reason why you may change certain shots you play given how you're feeling and how your opponent's feeling. There's so much to it rather than just what you just see of potting the balls. Yeah. There's so much psychology behind everything. What about this for a shot?
That's
What about that for a
magnificent.
shot? That's a brilliant shot. By far the best shot of the match.
Yeah, excellent.
Really good finish. So, as quick as that, Sam was at the table with quite an easy finish to go 3 each, plays one loose positional shot, goes in off in the middle, and the next minute he misses another
5-2.
ball and it's 5-2.
Unforgiving, isn't it?
Yeah,
the game.
It is, and it's the fine lines, and that's when we were talking about when you start digging deep into the psychology and stuff behind the game. When players are playing that are, everybody's very good in this room, you have to be able to try and work and find the extra percentage from wherever it is. And I think if you're very good mentally, but just going back to when people react, and you said, do you feed off when maybe somebody, is reacting angrily, and you do feed off that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the wrong thing for them to I was just flagging him in there because I think they've been and spoke to him. He was racking the balls up, and he's still racked them up sort of just off centre again there, I think.
I don't think you can do anything about it. He's just naturally doing it.
They have been in and spoke to Sam, and like I said, he definitely didn't know that he was racking him up like that. And as I said, there was no way he was trying to do it to gain an advantage. He's not that type of person, and he wasn't gaining an advantage anyway because he wasn't making a ball. I just think he didn't realise he's doing it. Well, he said he didn't realise, so that's the reason. But again, he did rack it up again, and I think it must just be his body must be set up a little bit to the right hand side. So yeah, what I was saying, Chris, was you can feed off somebody, but for some players, they like to release that because bottling it up, it just gets worse and worse. Where if you see somebody rap the table or throw the cue across the room or whatever it is they do to release that anger, that's their way of getting it out of the system, and then it's right, move on to the next shot on the next frame.
Yeah.
But somebody else bottling it up inside, and you come to the table next time and you're sitting there and you're trying to show this sort of stone-faced calmness because you don't want your opponent to read anything from that, is not necessarily always the right thing for that person.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Interesting, I'm sure, to everybody who's watching, who plays the game.
Good shot.
Good shot.
I'm impressed with this lad. Like I said, I don't ever remember watching him play before, but I'm impressed. He gets on with it. He hits the ball like with authority. Everything goes right in the middle of the pocket at the minute. His patterns look good, and he's attacking and he plays quick.
He doesn't look like he's going to miss, does he?
No, he looks good. What he's looking at here is he wants to take the one over the middle and screw down and then play on the one into the corner next, the one that's on the cushion. But what he wants to be is he wants the white to be flush on the cushion, so he's got an angle, and that's why he's just dropped it in. And the reason he needs an angle is because he obviously needs to top it in and come out into the middle of the table for the other ball. If he's straight, he can't get there. So he's left that angle purposely.
It's just about. Ooh, has he
And
not,
I don't
has he gone far enough?
I don't think he's on it. George will tell us in a second. There we go. No, he's
you
not.
wouldn't say.
No, he's not. He's got two options. He either plays a little swerve, or he comes off the side rail and tries to kick it into the opposite corner. He's
That's a
played
good
the little
shot.
swerve. Where's the cue ball?
He's just about.
Okay, so he's got it into the left corner. And the way he hits these, watch how he's been hitting. Oh, he's clipping it into the middle.
Yeah, good finish.
Yeah, good finish, yeah. And well, he ran out of position, he recovered it. I think it was it was a little bit of a lesser swerve than we initially thought, but he still had to nip round the edge of it. And he definitely doesn't mess about though, this boy.
No, he doesn't.
A bit in the contrast to Sam as well. You know, like I said, he got to the final of our last event here, and I commentated on the final. He obviously is a very good talent, but he is quite a bit slow and a bit more methodical, and I think he looks a little bit more like that, especially when he's playing somebody like Jamie, who is a bit more quick fire, and when he's playing well, sort of makes the toughest pots look quite easy, to be honest.
And how does that affect you with your opponents? If you are a more methodical, slower player, if you are playing somebody who's, you know, of the Ronnie O'Sullivan ilk, how does that affect you and your rhythm within your game?
Yeah, it does, and I think if the score's the other way around here and it's Sam that's on top and it's slow, players like Jamie, it's easy to get frustrated, and because you just want to get back into the match, and I think the thing from Sam's point of view is the way that he's playing, and because he is that, you know, he has got like a slow, methodical type style. To win a tournament, you obviously got to win match after match after match, and I think it's important to play that little bit quicker because you need to be rattling off frames quickly, and you need to be rattling through matches quickly. So, for example, Sam might win a match 8 frames to 2, and it might take double the amount of time that it takes Jamie to win a match 8 frames to 2. So therefore, you just feel a little bit fresher. You feel as though mentally you haven't give as much. And I just think when you're playing in a tournament like this, where you obviously are going to have to play through a lot of matches to get to the winning line, that is very important.
Yeah, would give you an advantage, wouldn't it, if you've played half the time?
You've played half the time, and you almost feel like, you know, you've give off the effort because, you know, you just come to the table. As you can see, Jamie here, he's quite nonchalant the way that he just pots the balls, and it's a bit effortless. And you can imagine if he does go on to win this match, which he looks like he's going to, he'll probably just go off and go out and get a bit of dinner or something and not even really feel like he's played. Where, you know, if Sam wins that scoreline, it's probably twice the amount of time, and he feels like every shot is built up as though his life depends on it. And I think that you need to find that balance of care and being too slow.
Yeah.
It's a good shot. He's covered the pocket there, and he obviously thought that he didn't fancy the finish from where they are. And this is my point about when you play certain shots, given the circumstances and the score and the player. You can see Sam's missed a couple of balls, and he's a little bit out of his rhythm. So rather than push the boat out there and go for a finish, which he thinks if he misses he's handing the frame to him, he's just covered the pocket, kept Sam under pressure. And basically what he's saying to him is, if you're going to win a frame, Sam, I'm going to make you work for it.
I think this is absolutely crucial for Sam to win, isn't it, this frame?
Yeah, there's absolutely no way back if he loses this. You know, 7-2, that means if he loses this frame, he has to win 6-0.
Mm. Do you consider that quite an attacking shot, is it, to move that?
Yeah, well, he moved it, and at the same time what he was trying to do was obviously move his bad ball away from the pocket and then cover the pocket over here where there's potentially 3 of the yellows that will go into, but I think he hasn't done either, and I think this still passes it. Well, from where the cue ball's finished there, that's even better. Sam's in all sorts of trouble in this frame now. So just to let you know on the live chat that this was going to be my last commentary match for today, and I'm sure you're all sitting there and thinking, thank God for that. But yeah, this is the last one I'm going to do today. I'll be here tomorrow to the finals day. So if any of you have got any questions before I leave on the live chat, then I'll be willing to answer them over the next sort of 10 or 15 minutes or until the end of this match finishes. See, at the Worlds, there's a shot that Sam has here now. That's not the best of shots there from Jamie, because what Sam can do now is pop this red into the middle, screw the white on and off the top cushion, come down the left-hand side of the table like this, and then he'll play the red onto the yellow over the pocket as a deliberate foul and leave the red hanging over the pocket where the yellow is. So yes, Jamie has 2 shots, but he has to play from there where the cue ball is.
Yeah.
So he'll just play this like that. He's played it well.
Yeah, as you called it.
So yeah, he's now got 2 shots, but the finish is tough. So he's now gone from a position where you think he could never really win the frame to really asking the question.
Jason looking to cannon into the balls
No,
on there.
what he's looking at doing is going to pop the yellow over the pocket, and then he wants to play the yellow off the red that's over the middle. He'll pop the yellow into the middle, and he wants the red to clatter into the balls and then disturb the balls with the red. Because don't forget, he's got 2 shots, so he wants to keep hold of the 2 shots.
Yeah, of course.
So it's quite a clever way, really, but he doesn't really know what's going to be happening because he's going to be playing it. So I actually like this way. What he's done is he's come down this side of the table, and the yellow that's next to the red, he's going to pot it into the corner, and he's going to top into the 2 balls and disturb them with the cue ball like that.
That's a good shot.
He's still got 2 shots. They're still tricky, but they're gettable now. And I don't know exactly what angle he's got on this. I don't know if he can pop this into the right corner and screw back and flick the ball up the rail over the middle. If he can do that, then he'll win the frame. I think either way, he's going to end up with minimum of a double on the black, even if he has to waste a shot. I think the shot he wants to play is what I said, of pot this and screw back and flick the other one over the middle. That's what he tried, look, and he could screw past it, it's perfect. He'll just pop the one up the cushion now and just screw the white back to somewhere where it is now.
Ooh.
Always careless to miss it. So, like I said, I think he was going to have a minimum of a double on the black, and from where they are now, he might even struggle to get a double.
Not what he wanted.
No, I don't know if he can double. Yeah, I don't think he can. No, he's in trouble now. So, the cue view of centre questioning. Oh, he can double it. Oh, no. Yes, the cue view of centre questioning. How big a future do you think Chinese 8-ball could have in the UK and Europe? The answer to that is I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. What I do know is that Chinese 8 ball is growing at a massive rate, and everybody wants to get involved and start playing Chinese 8 ball, not only because of the game, but because of the money involved. So the demand for people to play in the UK and Europe is going to be there. If you're asking, is there going to be big tournaments in Europe and in the UK, the answer to that is I'm not sure, and the reason for that is in China all of the big tournaments are live on TV. They've obviously got huge sponsorship deals because of the live TV coverage, and that's where all the money comes from ultimately, is from sponsorship. So without that sponsorship, then you're back to the English 8 ball, where the money that's generated for the prize fund is from the entry fee of the players. So unless the bosses from China can get a big TV deal over here with one of the big TV companies, I don't just mean a TV company that, I'm talking about like a terrestrial channel or a Sky Sports or a Eurosports, then I don't see them ever wanting to hold an event over here unless they have that TV opportunity. So will they ever be able to get that with a BBC or an ITV or a Eurosport? I don't know. If they can, then I think yes, it'll move and start to grow here as in the tournaments. If they can't, then I think they'll be happy to just stick to China, where they have got the TV deals and where they have got the sponsorship deals and where the money's coming from ultimately.
Sam will certainly feel better about that.
Yeah, that's kept him in the match, that. Okay, so I just want to say thanks to Chris from Renault Holcroft Renault, for nipping in and doing a little stint in the commentary with us. I just want to say thanks to them for their support and the sponsorship of everything they do for this event and the other stuff that allows us to put these events on, and obviously bring you the streaming and everything else that goes alongside it. So thanks, Chris. I enjoyed you having in the commentary box. I hope you enjoyed it.
I did. Thank you very much. Yes, it's been it's fascinating to see from my point of view. I've always been interested in pool, and this is fantastic standards. Really, really is. It inspires me to go home and pick up my cue, I think, and play. But it's But thank you, and good luck to everybody for the rest of the tournament. And whoever wins this, I think, will thoroughly deserve to win it.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you can see, there's a lot of matches, and it's a long, grueling weekend. I know the prize money's high, and for the next one, the prize money's doubling. So if anyone is interested in the next event, it's the 21st to the 23rd of July. That's £10,000 to the winner. There's 64 spaces, and I think over 50 of them have been taken. So if you are interested, please go through our players Facebook page and contact Lee. A deposit is required to secure your spot, and we look forward to seeing you down here for the next event, which will be that one, the 21st to the 23rd. Hopefully you can come down and maybe do a little bit more commentary and have a look.
Yeah, for sure. It's thoroughly enjoyed it, and thank you very much. And again, good luck to everybody, and hopefully I can come back next time.
Okay, thanks very much, mate. So just give you a bit of an update on the results, the scores, sorry, from the other tables. I think too much. People haven't been updating them. Actually, isn't too much difference when I last did it. Gav Lomax is showing 7-0. Shane Thompson against B Tanner, 8-3 to Shane. Michael Oak 1-0 up against Zach Shepherd. Jason Bates 1-0 up against Aaron Davies. Greg Batt and Ben Mackey, I know they've been playing a long time, so that can't be 0-0. Brian Alcrow showing 3-1 against P Quick. That can't be right. D Kobe 8-6 against C Day. And the other ones still haven't been updated, so I'll try and get you a new update on those matches as soon as possible. So just want to welcome back in the com my old buddy Chuffy's back with me for the conclusion of this match.
All right, guys. What's been happening here?
It's been a decent standard, to be honest, and it's the first time that I think I've seen Jamie play and quite impressed. He's attacking, he's quick, he hits the ball with authority, and he's played quite well here. Maybe missed the boat a little bit in the last frame, but other than that, really, he hasn't done a great deal wrong. He's took out a couple of decent finishes, and yeah, I like the way he plays. I like the way he hits the ball.
Never seen him play myself.
Yeah, when they're there, he doesn't mess about looking for problems. He gets on with it. And it was 6-2, and like I say, he did have a good chance in the last frame. He missed the ball at the rail when he was still carrying 2 shots. So I'm right behind this black, so I'll be able to tell you if it's in. And yeah, it's right in the middle. So it's now 6-4. And sort of game back on, I suppose. The QV have come back and asked another question. Is English 8-ball played at all in China? Different people, organisations have claimed to have interest from China. No, English 8-ball is not played in China. When I first went over there, and especially after now being over there and I've done well. A lot of them are interested in my background and where I come from. And when I speak to them about the English 8-ball, they've never even heard of it. Never mind even seen the table. They sort of can't believe the size of the table and the size of the balls, to be honest, when I explain to them that it's played on a 6x3 plane surface with the size of the balls. So no, they haven't got any English 8-ball over there. The only thing that they play over there is snooker or Chinese 8-ball predominantly. Obviously they do play some 9-ball, but snooker and Chinese 8-ball is the most popular. I think they've now got something like 70 million players that play Chinese 8-ball. That's right from the bottom, right from the bottom of the club level right up to the top. So no, Chinese 8-ball is where they're at. Just to let you know, following the conclusion of this match, the next match that's on is Ben Davies versus Simon Fitzsimmons, which I think that's worthy of a final probably of any tournament. Never mind what will be the third will be their third match in the winners section. And I think the winner of that match will only then have one more match that will guarantee them to qualify for the quarters, the straight knockout of the quarterfinals. Like I said, I'm not going to be here to do any more commentary today, but I'll be back tomorrow. I'm not sure who's in to do the commentary on this one, but that's definitely not a match to be missed. Paul Marsh has just sent a shout out in on the live chat to the All-Star boys, Greg Gamlin, Mike King, Jamie Simmons, who's playing on here, Zach Shepherd, Dean Lapp and Paul Quick. Not sure how all the other boys are doing, but Jamie seems to be doing pretty well here, and the All-Star clubs I know have just bought, or the owner of the All-Star clubs has just bought 8 Chinese 8-ball tables. He's just bought the top-end tables, the gold legs, and they're going to have those in some or all of the All-Star clubs soon. I think they've actually just landed here in the UK, so I think within the next week or so they're going to have some Chinese 8-ball tables in the All-Star club, so just a little shout out to them, and I hope all that goes well. They're going to be hosting some qualifiers for some of the events that are going to be run in China, so no doubt that they'll keep you updated on all of that. So anyone looking to get involved more in the Chinese 8-ball, the All-Star clubs will now have 8 of the gold legs.
Have you got any plans of getting any more tables in here, guys?
Maybe, yeah, we maybe look at maybe getting one more in that'll maybe allow us to host some qualifiers. It's just at the minute, with the amount I'm in China and the importance of what I do out there, the table, that I've got, I don't, really want to let out for people, certainly to, be practicing on playing tournaments on day in, day out, because, obviously I want to keep it in a good as condition as possible. But as the game gets bigger and as the demand gets bigger for people wanting to play it, then I've no doubt that we'll buy some tables in for the public.
Sam getting back in this game. Definitely doesn't look like he'll miss these. Absolute top draws, Sam.
No, and this game's completely turned on its head. It was 6-2 and Jamie was looking really comfortable, and then since then he's made a couple of mistakes and it's completely turned on its head, and now it's going to be 6-5.
Finalist, wasn't he, last year?
The finalist last year, yeah, I was just talking about it. I commentated on that, and I think I commentated on his semi-final as well.
I was watching that from home on the stream. Absolute top draw he was.
And for I was talking about earlier, for someone that's 20 years old, he does show really good composure. He seems to have a good temperament. Even when when he was 6-2 down and he was making a couple of mistakes, he wasn't really huffing and puffing. He was just sort of sat in his seat. And to be honest, he gives every single shot. There's a good camera angle there. You saw him walk into the shot, and he approaches every single shot, whether the ball's over the hole or whether he's got a ball full length of the table. He gives everything the same and does exactly the same routine, which is good.
It's a good standard where he's from, though, especially from the youth. The kids have always had a good squad down there, haven't they? And even the adults. I'm not going to say they're better than Staffs, obviously, but we done them twice last year. But
just thought you get that one in, did you?
Just getting that one in there, yeah. But no, coming from a good youth team and that, and then coming up into the adults and playing with decent players week in, week out like the West Mids have got. It's all about attitude then, I guess. How you're approaching the game and how much you want to learn, I think.
Yeah, attitude and ultimately dedication. Just to touch on the rack thing again, he has been told twice, I think, about racking the balls up almost sideways. He isn't doing it on purpose. I didn't think he was doing it on purpose to start with, and he's been, he was told about it and he said, I didn't realise I was doing it, sorry. And he's still doing it. So that time, although he screwed it off, he did make 3 or 4 balls, including the cue ball. So whether he's gaining advantage from it or not, whether he knows he's doing it or not, either way he shouldn't be doing it, and he should rack the balls up straight. That's the bottom line to it. Just like you should rack them up exactly with the black ball on the spot. The rules should be exactly the same for everybody.
I was saying to Lee out there, if the had a little marker, you've obviously got the black marker and then you got the top ball marker, but if you had a little marker at the bottom, just outside or just below the ball, when you've actually taken the triangle off, you've got a little marker that should be centre at the bottom of the ball, and you can't go wrong then.
Yeah, and a few of the lads have come in on the live chat and suggested that what they do that on the Chinese 8-ball tables as well, is they have a little sort of half circle where the bottom of the triangle should sit. So as you can see when somebody's at the table, when they're about to take the triangle off or when they rack the balls up, if you can see the white markers, then you know they've been racked up too high.
Yeah. What I was thinking is, the Candle said about the arcs, the circles that they have, half the circle and the bottom corners as well. But if you just put the 3 dots through the middle, it's less markings on the table as well.
Yeah. So we got a good overhead view here of this, and this is the one that you can tell. And as you can see there, Jamie has racked them up for me what it looks like on that. He's racked those up dead straight. So that's the answer to your question there, Carl. Did Liam win? And
Looks like it did.
it looks like, well, he did, because he's now just been called out against Rob Warren.
I've got money on Liam. I'm mates with both of them, but Liam's a player's beige boy. So.
Sorry to interrupt you there, mate. Just what about that for a shot there from Jamie? Just played a really good double and flicked his bad ball out. So he's now got basically these two, and then what he's going to have the black up the rail for the match, and what will have been a good performance.
It's just a bit awkward. He's just checking it out with the angle, because ideally if the yellow wasn't there in the middle of the table, he'd have taken one over the bag and then floated the other one in and come down towards the black. But because he couldn't,
I think he can just play this with top left and just get somewhere near the middle pocket though, can't he? That's a good shot.
Yeah. But I think if the yellow wasn't in play then in the middle of the table, he'd have gone the other way. Cute that one.
Yeah, he hit that good. It's a good finish and a good black for the match. So it's a good performance there from Jamie. And if he carries on playing like that and breaking like that, then he has every chance of qualifying through the loser section. This was the double I was talking about.
That's a great shot.
So yeah, you were saying you've had a bet on
Liam.
On Liam.
Yeah, I'm not really a betting man, but I've had a tenner on Liam to win the tournament at 33-1. So I'll be rooting for him. Yeah, like I said, both of them are mates, but bad money on Liam. Plus he's a players base, but he's our local side on a Tuesday we play with. So
Okay, so I can tell you that Craig Lakin is playing Zach Shepherd on the next table, and he's on the cider already, and it's 4-3. I don't know who to, but he's just broken on and off, and he's slapping his cue around, and I do think he's a character. I think there was a bit of a miss sort of interpretation. I was commentating on the last big final we had here between Craig and Sam Birch, who's just lost on here, and I think people thought I was sort of maybe being a bit disrespectful towards Craig, and I can assure you that I've never been disrespectful towards anyone. I was just saying at the time Sam was a young kid, and some of Craig Lakin's friends were being a little bit out of order, considering that it was a big final for a huge amount of money, and I just felt he felt a bit intimidated, so I felt I had to say something. But I just want to make it clear, I do actually like Craig, and I like the way he plays, and I like his character. I think he adds a lot to the game. He is a character. He is a little bit box office. He does it different to everybody else, he stands there doing Jaeger bombs before a match, but he does make it interesting to watch, and I would like to see him, do well and carry on through the tournament, because, like I said, he is a character and he is good to watch and he is good to have on the stream. Okay, folks, so that's me done for today. Hope you enjoy the rest of the stream. Like I said, the next match coming up, we have Ben Davies against Simon Fitzsimmons. So that's probably not only the tie of the round. Yeah, so the next matchup is Ben Davies against Simon Fitzsimmons, which is not only the tie of the round, but probably as good a match as you could hope to see in the whole tournament. So that's coming up next. The stream is just going to be stopped very quickly, and then there's going to be a new link added. So if you just go to the beardproductions.uk, the new link will be posted on there. Everything will be exactly the same. It'll just be accessed from a new link. So just follow the Beard Productions. You can follow all the live scores when they're updated on there, and just pick up the new link that they're about to put on now to catch the next match. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Cheers, Carl, for
Cheers,
today. And
cheers, mate.
I'll speak to you later. Bye.
Take care.